Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
Happy New Year, guys. We built such a great community this year. It's been crazy. Thank you guys for everything.
We got a compilation of some of our favourite deep dives for you guys.
It's New Year's Day, so sit back and relax, get some snacks. It's going to be a long one. First up, we've got the catacombs.
This one was crazy, bro. It's showtime.
Catacombs, the darkest secret on Earth. An underground complex 300 kilometers long with 6 to 7 million bodies, and we're supposed to believe it's because too many people got sick and hungry, or might they be hiding what remains of the old world? And that's just the one in Paris. These catacombs are all over the world. Just a theory, entertainment purposes only. So, why is there a labyrinth of corpses under the city of Paris in the first place? History tells us in the late 18th century, so many people were dying from disease and famine that they started running out of cemetery space to bury them. Bodies were piling up so much they were causing odors throughout the city, so King Louis XVI ordered his authorities to fix this problem. In 1785, they uncovered an old underground tunnel system called the Tombes quarries, which were used as limestone quarries hundreds of years earlier to build famous sites like Notre Dame. They repurposed these tunnels to relocate all the bones from the overpopulated cemeteries over the course of about 12 years, and did so with an air of secrecy. You know, to not raise panic among the citizens, of course. The site was officially called the Paris Municipal Ossuary and eventually began to take on the mythical name of the catacombs. The first thing anyone notices about these subterranean graves is the intricate, almost ritualistic design of the human remains. The bones weren't just stashed away in large heaps as one might expect would be the case for a disposal project as this one, but were organized in a decorative fashion, aligning femurs with skulls along the walls, geometric patterns, a throne of bones, and even this famous centerpiece known as the barrel, which, according to sources, were all put in place by the average 18th century quarrymen. They were led by official quarry engineers like Louis Etienne d'Artillerie, but still peculiar to see. In fact, the architecture was so nice that in 1809 the catacombs were even open to the public for tours, which only the rich could afford. Ritualistic sites involving the deceased attended by only the elite class? Some things never change.
300-kilometer tunnels. What else is down there?
A lot, bro.
You should never go into the Paris catacombs. Amanda Rollins is a TikToker who lives in Paris and recently shared all the crazy reasons why you shouldn't visit this underground cemetery. The video had over 40 million views before getting deleted, and she's not talking about just the tourist-friendly parts of the catacombs. She explains how what's down there is not exactly what you expect, and that the catacombs are a giant maze, which is extremely difficult to navigate. And that's not the worst part about being down there. She explains that people are actually living in these underground tunnels, which are off limits to areas that tourists can't even get to. These tunnel people don't like visitors, and have snatched maps and flash lights of tourists who are trying to get to the restricted areas, leaving them completely stranded in the dark.
Who else has been down there?
Loads of people, bro.
This video was posted anonymously on the dark web. It shows a group of men visiting the catacombs of Paris. When they descend to the very bottom, they discover appalling things.
Oh my god.
Dang.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Oh my gosh, here's the ledge!
Why did they make it so deep?
They didn't make it, bro.
Breathing. Oh, he compass of
I'd go down there, bro.
You're mad.
the simultaneously in this was the most terrifying thing and coolest thing I've ever done.
Yeah, bro.
What?
It's crazy people go down there.
They don't all make it out, bro.
I used some of the original footage, so please be advised. In the early 2000s, a video was discovered inside one of the scariest places on Earth.
Dang.
It's called the Catacombs, and it's one of the world's largest mass graves. To get to it, you need to wriggle through these claustrophobia-inducing tunnels hundreds of feet below the city of Paris. The video is found miles and miles into one of the least explored sections of the catacombs. The video is largely uneventful until he starts following these arrows that he sees on the wall and that he sees on the ground, and these arrows bring him to these rooms that are completely full of human bones, which catacombs experts have no idea where they are. Like, they don't know where this is. Then out of nowhere, something spooks him and he starts sprinting deeper and deeper into the catacombs until he drops his camera, and then all you hear is his panic breathing and footsteps as he disappears. While nobody knows what actually happened to this guy, everybody seems to agree that the footage is authentic.
What happened to that guy?
Come on, bro.
So the catacombs of Paris are obviously interesting, if not downright disturbing. Like this disturbing statue you can find down there called the Passer Through the Walls. Why do they make this? And while the main tunnel where they bury people is just over a mile long, the tunnels actually go on for a whopping 180 miles. So it's no wonder why terrible incidences happen down there, like when a 19-year-old girl got lost down in there in 2005 and wasn't found until 2007. Not alive though. And also, if you haven't watched the movie As Above, So Below, it's about the Paris catacombs. It's really good. They kind of accidentally go to hell kind of, and they're like, oh no, oopsie daisies, how do we get out? But it's really good. Go watch that movie and follow for more.
What's in the rest of the tunnels?
There's a whole city under there, bro.
Let's do some math. 6 to 7 million bodies moved over the course of 12 years as claimed means 57 to 67 bodies moved every hour, night and day for 12 years straight. That's one body, which contains several bones, moved into place in carefully designed patterns every minute, day and night, non-stop for 12 years, which could be possible given a sizable workforce. Just quite impressive to say the least, especially given their incredible design. But the question does arise, where do you get 6 to 7 million bodies in a city with a population of just about 600,000 at the time? That's 10 times the population of Paris in the 1780s, and even about 3 times Paris's population today. I understand these bodies have accumulated over centuries, but the population was even lower in previous generations. Not to mention, even most bones do decompose and become extremely brittle within 100 years, so where did all these remains come from? Disease and famine is the main explanation we're given. Even Great Britain was having the same problem of overflowing cemeteries around the same time. It's almost like there was an old world here before us that got wiped out in a short period of time, and they needed a place to hide all the bodies.
If they were just dumping bodies, why would they take the time to arrange them all?
He's talking about Tartaria, bro.
This is just a skyscraper of bones. We're heading into the Paris catacombs. That's an old train station, and we're going under it. It's like we're in an apocalypse.
Dang.
Well, underneath these grounds that we're walking on holds over 6 million bodies. So we don't exactly know where we're going. As you can see, the water's building up now. Underneath here, there's even more tunnels, another layer of this. First sign of dying. Behind this little hole, there's tons of bones. Oh my god. There are so many bones now, I can't walk the path without stepping on someone. Or multiple people in just one walk.
This is the most intact skull that we've seen.
It's just bones stacked on bones. Like, you'd only see this in a movie. I mean, I am laying on bones to get this shot.
Fair play to him for going down there.
They went even further, bro.
There's no official tour guides. There's no laws down there. There's anything goes. There's no rules. It could be dangerous. People do get mugged. They do get their stuff stolen.
I don't even know what the heck's going on.
I am so freaked out. This is why you need to come with people that know what they're doing. You will get lost. I promise you.
Look at this. It's nice. So right now, I don't know where we're going. But the homies said go this way. So we're going this way.
Right here is the monk room.
Dang.
It's the ceremony room.
Look at it.
They carved it, dude. They made it somehow. I don't know how they did it.
Okay, ready?
These guys are nuts.
Is this a church? Yeah. This is awesome. A church underground. For the cataphiles.
We're like in mud. Another bone?
Holy shit. Where you see the skull?
Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, the tops of skulls.
Just an update to remind you guys that all these bones that we're now seeing and walking through have been here since the 17th century.
Imagine walking through there on your own.
Some guy did, bro.
I went to the Paris catacombs, alone, listening to the creepiest music I could find. What did you do today?
What a lunatic.
Looks like he's enjoying it, bro.
Yeah, nutter.
Dang.
Yeah, that's pretty creepy. Fuck you know. Yeah, that guy's mental.
People have parties down there, bro.
In 2004, a group of police officers were exploring part of the Paris catacombs restricted from public access when they uncovered some very strange things. First, they found a PA system playing pre-recorded guard dog barking. The officers also found a bar, living room area, workshop, lounge, and even a cinema with a room to seat 20. A cinema seat 20 people. Shockingly, the cinema seats had been carved into the stone of the catacombs. So people wanted carving. But the creepiest part of all, though, was that they discovered cameras on the ceilings recording them. Like when they found this place.
Oh my god, so the guy knew that they found him out. Oh my god.
And then a few days later, the police squad went back to the area with a larger team to investigate further. However, everything they discovered from the phone lines to the Paris Catacombs cinema had vanished. There's only a note that remained, and the note said, "Don't search."
Dang.
It just said, "Don't search."
That's pretty terrifying.
Bro, they've got them all over the world.
I guess it would be pretty cool to watch a film down there.
We see hidden mass grave sites like these all around the world, like in Odessa, Ukraine, home to the largest catacombs in the world. 2,500 kilometers of tunnels dug into limestone bedrock dating to about the 17th century. Also used as a quarry and never officially to store bones of the deceased, but the majority of these tunnels haven't even been explored yet. Documentation of these catacombs is extremely limited, almost like they didn't want anyone to know what's down there, with large areas even being off limits to the public. Rumors claim that up to 1 million bodies may be buried down there, but on record, there's none, which is kinda odd given they're officially called the Odessa catacombs halfway around the world. The Basilica and Convent of San Francisco, a cathedral in Lima, Peru, has its own network of catacombs underneath. And again, what do we see here? Human bones arranged in a decorated manner, eerily similar to the ones in Paris, kinda like they were built as an award, a trophy, or accomplishment of some sort. Estimated to hold at least 25,000 bodies, with some claiming up to 70,000, or so we're told, as these haven't been explored much either, with many smaller catacombs under other churches in the surrounding area, all believed to be connected, possibly bringing the body count of this network into the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, but just speculation. The Lima catacombs weren't even publicly rediscovered until 1943, despite starting construction in 1546. Now, why put so much effort into designing yet another artistic mass grave site just to keep it hidden for hundreds of years? Just like the Brno ossuary in Czech Republic, again under a church and rediscovered as recently as 2001, despite being used in the 18th century, and this one has an estimated 50,000 bodies, but as always, it could be more. Organized in the fun geometric patterns we see everywhere, almost like the same group of people did this around the world. And like, why? Why put in so much artistic architectural design made of human remains into an underground crypt that no one is ever supposed to see? Allegedly constructed by your average 18th century quarrymen, because, you know, they all had degrees in advanced architectural design back then. Some sources even admit they appear to be arranged in a ritualistic manner, like the ones who built them were trying to achieve something more than just a gravesite. And what about those underground crypts they've been finding in places like New York City? Are there more of these hidden all around the world? St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna, Austria, catacombs with about 11,000 bodies. The catacombs of Rome, once said to host hundreds of thousands of the deceased, but have largely since been emptied. Under the Church of St. Paul's beneath the island of Malta, more catacombs. This list is endless. Almost always found directly under a church or cathedral. The obvious answer is they want to honor the dead by burying them under places of worship. Unless it was the churches that were strategically built on top of the catacombs. A perfect hiding spot for mass graves that nobody would accidentally stumble upon while keeping the majority of their known tunnels off limits to the public. These are just the ones we know about. There could be many more under major cathedrals in every city. So did all these places just happen to have body overpopulation issues in the past they solved by ceremoniously decorating underground caverns with skulls and femurs? And today, we're A-okay, despite global population skyrocketing. Or maybe there was something back then that resulted in a huge spike of bodies. fires. Almost every single major city has had their own great fire that took place in the last 400 years or so. Try it out. Search up the great fire of your city name and you're almost guaranteed to find something. Great fires in every city, mass graves largely unexplored under their streets. Was there an old world, a lost civilization as recent as the 1700s that was wiped from the earth and intentionally hidden from records? Some mystery enthusiasts say yes. Before the great fires, there was rumored to be a great global empire that rhymes with barbarian. Ugh, I don't even know if I want to get into that. And who knows, maybe these catacombs are just totally innocent and none of this is true.
Can't be a coincidence that they all arranged the bones like that.
Nah, bro. It was the Illuminati.
Come on, Ted. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
This is the Capuchin catacombs in Palermo, Italy. The walls are lined with thousands of mummified bodies. So the story on this place is that the monastery that is above these catacombs outgrew its own cemetery and started to develop a way to display the dead underneath the building. It began as only a place for deceased friars, but as the decades and centuries wore on, it became a place for the wealthiest. So as you're walking through, you'll see that everybody is super well dressed and came from a very wealthy background. And you can go visit this place. There are tours of it every day. You can walk through these halls. I can't help but some of them look like they're talking to each other and leaning into each other. Some folks were put up and hung on the walls, and then other folks were put in glass cases. There are over 160 children located here as well, and their faces. So many of their faces are still visible. Most notably and creepiest, this is Rosalia Lombardo. She was embalmed, and she is known as the Sleeping Beauty of the catacombs because this is what she still looks like today after embalming. She has just really never aged or decomposed inside that case.
I wonder how they choose who to display.
The elite, bro.
Malta catacombs is in reference to a series of catacombs that were discovered in the 1960s around Malta, Italy. It is estimated that the caves are as old as 4000 BC. Research became scant after a group of researchers went to the cave, and upon getting to the end of one of the systems, one of the chief researchers said that she approached a giant drop-off, and then in shining her flashlight to the other side, she saw a sort of embankment that 25 people came out of, each of which were 20 feet tall and wearing robes.
Dang.
When they saw her with the flashlight, they all looked towards her and began reaching out their arms. Her and the rest of the research team got out of there, and a couple weeks later, 30 school students went to the area on a sort of field trip to which they got lost, and people that were looking for them heard screaming and shouting, and none of them were ever found. So what's in the caves? Why were those bodies never found? And what were those creatures walking around in there?
What were they, Ted?
Reptilians, bro.
I was going out with these urban explorers into all of this subterranean infrastructure underneath London.
Bang bang.
After we went into those sewer systems, then we got into electricity tunnels. Then we started getting into bunkers. These are like layers under the city. So imagine there's like 5 layers under the city, right? So we go from those sewers to the electricity tunnels to the infrastructural systems to the bunkers. And then we started getting into what are called deep level systems, right? They're very similar to bunkers that the US government is building here that they call DUMBs, deep underground military bases, right? We started getting into like serious critical infrastructure. And we were like inside the telecommunications trunk for all of the United Kingdom. And at this point, we're like 120 feet underground. We were walking through, about 100 feet underground, and one of the explorers I was with was like, there's a manhole above us. It's like, what do you mean there's a manhole above us? We're in the deepest level right now. And we pop this manhole and a camera swivels, and stares at us like, oh God, and then we realized we were into some critical shit.
It's crazy they got out alive.
They must be watching him, bro.
The funniest thing is this one guy on Twitter that was saying a while back, I live on a ground floor apartment and I hear Jews underneath me. And everybody's like, you're out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, that's anti-Semitic.
Exactly. And now he's like, I told you I wasn't crazy. But this guy's just...
But what are they doing? Like, I heard that they hired people to build like this tunnel, and they were hanging out, and like the people would live there for like 3 weeks. These like migrant workers were just digging this tunnel, and they stayed there for 3 weeks. But what's the purpose of it?
I have no idea. I don't know anything. I just know that there's tunnels and that there's this one video of this guy coming out of the sewer. So he lifts a manhole cover, comes out of the sewer, and then he's fucking wandering around, this Hasidic Jewish guy. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing down there?
Yeah, that's really bizarre. They wouldn't come out, too. The cops had to get them out. Like, they were like, we don't want to come out. And they were like charged with disorderly conduct. Just, I don't know. The whole fucking world is just weird.
What are they doing down there?
Check this out, bro.
Following the New York City police detectives through the underground tunnel to the abandoned synagogue. Down lots of steps into the darkness. So many old passageways, corridors, and rooms. We almost got lost. We find Hebrew writing must be getting close. More Hebrew, this stuff is so old. Finally, the monstrous abandoned synagogue. Holy moly, what have we found?
Can't believe that was just underground.
They didn't make it, bro. They just claimed it.
10 people have been arrested for illegal activity in underground tunnels. To me, this proves that the Tartarian Empire existed. These tunnels were not built overnight. These tunnels have always been here. These mud flood theories are starting to look more like facts now. If you think about it, these underground tunnels go down underground for many, many miles. They built cities on top of a city that was already there. And it makes sense how they have these underground caves and these underground tunnels that connect throughout the city, because there was a city below the city in New York. So when you hear the name Tartarian or Tartaria and you link that with mud floods, you would realize that the elites in the past wanted to cover up these elaborate buildings and this elaborate technology, and they took that technology for themselves.
According to this theory, the civilization of Tartary, which was once a powerful empire that covered a large part of the Eurasian continent, was destroyed by this event, and its existence was deliberately erased from history by the ruling elite.
I told you, bro. It's Tartaria.
Yeah, I'm still not sure about this mud flood, Ted.
Family, you see this complicated carving? It's an important piece of history and a small part of a huge underground city. We have been taught that the world used to look like this 200 years ago. And look at this, family, not even 100 years later, it looked like this. But you know what, family? If you dig deep enough in the books, you will find the evidence. Look at this, family. This is a tunnel system that leads to a huge underground city in England, Liverpool. And most of the underground railroad systems that you see right now, they have already been used for maybe hundreds and hundreds of years. A fact is, family, that it's impossible that an area goes from this to this in not even 100 years. Or like this, 100 years ago. Family, look at the video. And family, look at this. This is a huge underground city in Turkey.
It's a bit strange that they're finding them all over the place.
It's all over the world, bro.
Did you know there's secret tunnels under Adelaide? Tunnels under Adelaide? I dug up rumors about 16 hidden pathways, from the train station to Government House, beneath the Treasury Vault, Parliament House, connecting trims to King's Head Hotel, underneath Rundle Mall, Adelaide Arcade, and so many more. Urban explorer Jim Urbex posted videos about mysterious catacombs under Hindley Street. Catacombs in Adelaide? Yep, but there's more to the story. ABC explored these in 2018, finding vast spaces used by Lee Street bars, not quite the catacombs we expected. Back in 2014, Awesome Adelaide uncovered a secret chamber in the area. Chamber of Secrets? Reddit reveals tales of a hidden tunnel beneath the ASO building. Once known as West Theatre, it's rumored to have had a tunnel crossing the road to where the Metro Theatre was. Both managed by Greater Union in the 70s, it's plausible they were linked. Multiple insiders say they saw these tunnels and even helped brick them up, just 16 meters apart. Could the old tunnel still be there, bricked up and forgotten? Adelaide's underground is a tapestry woven with mystery and history.
We need to start LiDAR scanning everywhere.
We've got subscribers in Australia, bro. Susie, Paul, start digging.
I think, Jeff, one of the biggest underground storage facilities in the Midwest is getting even bigger.
Core. Subtropolis is a snapshot of our culture, our past, our present, and our future. In all, more than 50 businesses call Subtropolis home, and they have room for a lot more.
Subtropolis.
Yeah, bro.
There's another entrance via railroad. All the flags, different countries in the world, here on Earth, right here. I mean, this place is huge. It branches off,
Why is this place?
It's for the elite, bro.
Everything's blocked off. When we first come in, it said maintenance and authorized personnel entrance only. And then you had the public entrance. What's on the other side? That's the way.
Surely you can't just get in through a hole.
Yeah, bro. They're in.
Sure this is the same place?
Yeah, bro.
Why is it all empty?
They're getting it ready, bro.
Oh, there's a wheelchair. This looks like it'd lead to a staircase. This looks like off. It's like, what? This is amazing. This is like a time capsule in here. The tunnel to the base inside Cheyenne Mountain is iconic, but what goes on inside is top secret. It's been the subject of intrigue in popular culture for decades.
Yep.
Driving south to Colorado Springs, it looms in the distance. One of the most famous military bases in the world, Cheyenne Mountain. Inside the mountain are 15 2- and 3-story buildings. They are freestanding but connected by hallways and ramps. There is also a service area to keep the complex running, and even reservoirs, yes, underground lakes. You can imagine security for the control rooms is pretty tight. Our security escort said he can't even get inside them.
I can only fantasize about what goes on in there. Maybe a lot, maybe little, but whatever it is obviously important.
What the fuck's going on in there?
The Illuminati have had underground bases for years, bro.
Heck is this? Because look at that Masonic temple. You see that? The Masonic symbol? Are you flipping kidding me? Look at this. Masonic. And gosh darn it. We may not be going much further, but what the heck is this?
What the fuck?
Told you, bro.
That is completely obnoxious. And inside is this deep Masonic crazy stuff.
Has anyone managed to get in there?
Yeah, bro. Check this out.
I found a secret Mason cave. It was very dark and deep.
Damn, this is nuts.
Imagine what happened down there, bro. I don't think I can say what that stone's for, bro.
Yeah, don't. We get it.
We wanted to explore more.
These guys are mad.
I went deeper and found small shoes.
What shoes?
Look, bro. Loads.
They look like modern shoes.
Shoes and bones, bro. Dang.
There was just piles of bones.
They went back, bro.
Me and my girlfriend explored the secret Mason cave again.
Nutters.
Yeah, bro.
If you hold this, give you guys a...
What the fuck?
You know they did crazy shit down there, bro.
You guys wanted us to go down and see where it goes.
Staircase. And I don't know why we didn't even think to do that last time.
This is crazy.
Think how many there are all over the world, bro.
This goes back pretty far. Oh, I see something back here.
Probably more bones, bro.
That's the way we came from, but it looks like there's another way over here. So, say we check this out. I can hear water underneath us flowing. There's a river underneath us.
We heard a river and wanted to check it out.
How big is this place?
There's a whole world down there, bro.
Cannot believe it!
This is oh, I see it! I've ever seen it.
It's beautiful.
What was going on down there, Ted?
A lot, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time. We gotta do a Freemasons episode, bro.
We got a lot to do in the new year, mate. Next up, we got the Aleister Crowley episode.
He ate shit and summons the Loch Ness monster.
There's a bit more to it than that. But let us know in the comments what you guys think of this one.
Aleister Crowley, known as the wickedest man in the world.
These occult practices date all the way back to the Egyptian mystery schools.
They believe you're able to connect with the universe, whatever the universal power is. It's kind of this connection with the divine.
There are places around the earth that are known to have like a higher energy level.
Rocket scientist by day, occultist by night.
The guy who founded that lab was an open Satanist.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
Aleister Crowley, known as the wickedest man in the world. But why? Buckle your seatbelts and clench your rosary, cause things are about to get weird. Edward Alexander Crowley was born on October 12th in 1875. He grew up in a very wealthy and very religious household. His father was a preacher. He would sit at dinner reading the Bible every single night, the whole 9 yards. But the more they tried to push Christianity onto their son, the more he wanted to rebel against it. His mother labeled him as the devil and gave him the nickname as the Beast. And at age 8, Crowley was sent to a Christian boarding school. Now, obviously, he didn't do too good there. He was very intelligent, but he was a rebel through and through. He would rip pages out of the Bible, roll shit up, and he was a bad kid. The parents actually had a maid that did stuff around the house, and Aleister messed around with her in his mother's bed. He was a child. But when Aleister's father died, that's when he said everything changed. You thought that he was a rebel before? Ha! You ain't seen nothing yet. Now, when his father died, he inherited almost all of his wealth. So he left school to travel and fully embrace the nickname his mother gave him. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And that is what Aleister Crowley is mostly known for, which pretty much means do whatever the fuck you want. He made a religion out of that. Crowley dedicated his life to the taboo. Everything that was considered wrong, he wanted to fully embrace. Homosexuality was illegal where he was from, so he fully embraced that part of himself. His parents embraced Christianity, while he wanted to embrace dark occultism. Crowley is pretty much the reason why all Christians fear the occult. He was the ultimate dark magician. He believed the more that you can tap in to the evil, dark, animalistic side of yourself, the more power you can harness.
Ted, we're gonna have to be really careful with this episode.
Fuck that, bro. We need to know.
The Temple of Thelema.
Dang.
Doesn't look like much of a temple to me. Aleister Crowley was born in 1875 and was an occultist, poet, and general weirdo who founded a religion called Thelema and considered himself to be the prophet who would lead the human race into the Eon of Horus, whatever that is, in the 20th century. A bit like Scientology. In fact, I think L. Ron Hubbard was inspired by him. He was certainly his friend anyway, and he's said to have inspired Aldous Huxley, David Bowie, the Beatles.
Oh shit.
And people would come to his house and do all sorts of weird sex experiments and stuff like that until Mussolini eventually just had him expelled from Italy. It is actually really dangerous to go in. I'm kind of reluctant, but...
There we go. How did you... Oh, he's in. Okay. Be careful, Julian.
They're crazy, bro.
Oh, he's a fool.
It's really freaky inside here. It's hard to believe he used to live here with his weird followers until 1923 when the Italians finally had enough of him. Kind of feels like maybe his weird followers still come in here.
Why haven't they knocked it down?
They still use it, bro.
Okay. I'm already far too weirded out in here and it's horrible. It smells. And I feel it's a bit dangerous. Yeah, they've clearly closed it off for a reason in there. Simon, don't knock anything with that big rucksack. I wouldn't go in. If you knock something, you might have the whole thing come down on top of you.
This is a freaky place.
Get out of it, bro.
I mean, they wore robes, performed rituals. He offered a sort of what they called a libertine education for the children of his followers and allowed them to play all day and witness acts of sex magic. He also said, I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on awakening. What a nutter.
There's a lot about this place we really can't talk about on here, so look it up.
They ate shit in the rituals.
Fucking hell, Ted. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
It's true, bro.
What is magic exactly? According to the occultist Aleister Crowley, magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with the will. It means that magic is causing reality to change according to your will. Magic can't make the impossible happen. That's a misunderstanding of what magic is. Magic is about directing your energy in the most optimal way to make the changes that you desire in life. But you might be thinking, what about rituals that involve invoking angels and demons and things like that? Well, angels and demons are just representations of unconscious structures that exist within your own mind. In other words, they're parts of you, not actual beings that you're summoning. Carl Jung was a Swiss psychiatrist that understood this. He believed that the human psyche was a complex system of conscious and unconscious elements, and he explored a variety of esoteric and spiritual traditions to help him understand the system.
What if magic's a physical way of hacking the Matrix?
Nah, bro. They're summoning demons.
We gotta do a whole episode on Carl Jung.
Spellcasting. Every time you begin to speak or even type words, you're casting a spell. The exact moment you begin to speak or write, and I don't care what you're talking about, you're casting a spell. That's why they call it spelling. You're casting a spell. Instantly, at that exact moment. So when you write, I'm broke and it'll never happen to me, well, congratulations, you made it. You did exactly, your life is gonna unfold exactly how you said it was, because now you've cast a spell on yourself. You just talked to the universe and the universe heard you and the universe said, oh, they don't want it. I will remove that from ever happening in their life so they won't get upset. The spell casting. And then the people who don't type it, but the self-talk. I'll never be able to do that. All right? You think nobody can hear you. I suck. I'm no good. I'm not like, I'll never be able to travel. I'll never be able to do this or that. I'll never be able to buy this or buy that. I'm broke. I can't afford the book. I can't. That's all in here. And what's happening? You think nobody can hear you. You think you're being real quiet. The universe hears everything. And the universe is decoding all this data nonstop on the grid, because we're living inside of a grid. We're on a membrane. We're in the membrane of a string universe. And this membrane is energetic and everyone's connected to it intrinsically. You can't escape it. You're locked. And so now the universe is just downloading that data. You transmit it directly to it that you thought nobody heard you. You thought you were being quiet. I'm just saying this to myself. No, you spoke to the biggest earlobe ever. And that earlobe, the one that counts, because the other people around you, they don't really count that much.
When you look into the history of language, there's actually loads of hidden meanings in words we use every day.
Yeah, demonic meanings.
Nobody's talking about this one tarot secret that completely changes the practice. I understand many people like to use the cards to see what their ex is thinking, but if you're bored of that and ready to learn the higher mysteries, this video might be for you. Aleister Crowley's Thoth Tarot deck is a mathematical formula. It's not complicated on paper, but spiritually and existentially, it will rock your world. The entire deck is an expression about how something comes out of nothing. And this could be in a magical act, like creating what you want to happen in your world, or it could be the ontological question of why there is anything at all. And it goes like this. The sacred name of God, Yod-He-Vav-He, represents 4 phases, how nothing splits into something through opposites, how it recombines and manifests anything.
That's exactly what they found with the double split experiment.
Forget simulation theory, bro. He's a Satanist.
If you don't know about the double split experiment, check out our episode on simulation theory.
Thelema is founded by the famous occultist Aleister Crowley in the early 1900s, but its central text was the Book of the Law, written by Aleister Crowley himself. 2 of the central concepts are, quote, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, and, quote, love is the law, love under will. So essentially they believed in magic, which is the power of systems, the act itself, and what comes of it. And they believed that while performing these ritual acts, you're performing these rituals, spells, people are scrying. They thought that this was the way to access the other side, something spiritual. When you experience that, there's that small window, right? So in that window of time, however long it lasts, they believe 7 minutes. That's oppressive, but in my short window of time, it opens that window to, they believe you're able to connect with the universe, whatever the universal power is or love, and it's kind of this connection with the divine. That's why they would do this magic, to invoke those spasms, in which they would then do spells and whatnot to make things happen or will things into existence.
See, it's not all satanic.
Bro, called himself the Beast.
Now the story goes that Aleister Crowley summoned these demons, and this demon Awas will give him the Book of the Law. Now what made me really get this book is that it have a lot of our ancient symbols on here. This will be the left pillar and the right pillar, symbolic for the right eye and the left eye. And this would be the pineal gland, or the black dot. Now if you guys read this book, it will sound like a love poem. And this is everything that the spirit said to Aleister Crowley. Now when Aleister Crowley spoke with this spirit told Aleister Crowley that he will return and sit back on the throne. And this new age or timeline we going into will be ruled by Horus. His specific words was that I will be crowned God of the new eon. This man achieved spiritual ascension. Now he was tapped into the ancestors, bringing back true knowledge. He is also responsible for breaking down the 666, which is 6 electrons, 6 protons, and 6 neutrons. This is the building blocks behind all of your creation. You must have no fear. You are gods and goddesses. Peace and Ashe, family. Hope y'all like the lecture.
The ritual we did in Egypt is proper fucked up, like we can't talk about it on here.
Bro, he was in the Freemasons and other secret societies too.
The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn is a secret society who practices ritual magic, alchemy, and mysticism. These occult practices date all the way back to the Egyptian mystery schools. They've drawn influence from Christian mysticism, Enochian magic, the Kabbalah, and most famously, Hermeticism. Kenneth Mackenzie was a Masonic scholar from the Rosicrucian Mystery School, who then founded the Society of the Eight, which went on to become the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The occult and Aleister Crowley go hand in hand. No Shocker is one of the most prominent names in this Hermetic order. Ritual magic and alchemy are 2 of their main practices. They utilize their superior knowledge of theurgy and theology to use their consciousness to manipulate, control, and interact with this material world. They understand the effects of different geometries, architectures, vibrations, frequencies, energies, and what power they hold over your mind. Magic, alchemy, and witchcraft make a lot more sense when you tap into consciousness to get to the 5D.
You know, Tesla said, if you want to know the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration.
They both knew the ancient Egyptian secrets, bro.
Is it just me, or does Barbara Bush look like the son? I'm sorry, I mean, daughter of Aleister Crowley?
The only person running for president who has been a congressman, the ambassador to the United Nations, the chief of the U.S. liaison office to the People's Republic of China, a fourth of the world's population, incidentally, and the head of the whole intelligence system. So there's no question about that. There's nothing wrong with having a president who knows something about something, incidentally. Though I'd never worked in this field. Oh, I did once in Washington, a little bit.
Barbara's mother used to frequently hang out with Aleister. It's interesting.
Damn, they do look alike.
Told you, bro.
Looks like Jimmy Savile.
Bush was in the Skull and Bones Secret Society, bro.
Yeah, good point.
It was all planned, bro.
They've got to be related.
Yeah, bro.
Betty White, too.
Look at her, bro.
Ted, this is starting to get a bit mad.
We're only just getting started, bro. He summons the Loch Ness monster.
Fucking hell, Ted.
There are places around the Earth that are known to have like a higher energy level. One of those places is Loch Ness in Scotland. So Aleister Crowley purchases land near the Loch Ness, and he starts doing one of these rituals that takes like a year long. It starts with fasting, then it goes to praying, and you have to like repeat something. Then you have to do something every day for 40 days, like all these steps, and he follows these steps, but he doesn't finish it. He's doing drugs, he's boning, he's partying, he's traveling around the world.
Okay, has a bite to
It's
eat.
acceptable. And he leaves,
Breaks the fast.
leaves it. What he claims and what his followers claim is he, before he leaves, did bring something up through a portal into our existence, a very powerful demon. And he's like, it's okay, I sealed it. We're all safe. It's chill. Like I bound it to the spot, so we're good.
He definitely did.
No, people apparently around Loch Ness still are like, whatever he did,
something?
it's still like there. They claim whatever he conjured is the Loch Ness monster. Like that's where the appearance of the Loch Ness monster started happening, is like he brought this demon through.
Yeah, that seems a bit too crazy, Ted.
Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin believed it, bro. He bought that house.
Oliskin House was Jimmy's home in Scotland on the banks of the Loch Ness. In the 1900s, this house belonged to Aleister Crowley, who was an occultist and magician of the black arts. He purchased the house because essentially he thought it would be a good place to perform magic. When Crowley owned it, his lodgekeeper's 2 children, the guy who bought it after him, committed suicide in the bedroom, and Crowley said that his experiments with black magic had gotten out of hand. Jimmy bought the house in 1970. He was a collector of Crowley memorabilia and fascinated by his ideas. He thought it would be a good place for him to go right, but after he had it restored, he didn't end up spending a lot of time there, and instead he entrusted it to the care of his friend Malcolm Dent. Dent was a skeptic of the paranormal, but he said that once he and his family moved in, weird things started happening. One night he heard what sounded like a wild animal outside his bedroom door. Chairs would switch places, doors would slam, rugs would roll up, and just all these weird things would happen. This is a shot of the inside of one of the rooms. Does it remind anybody else of the hallway in The Shining?
Ozzy Osbourne has a song called Mr. Crowley. Check it out.
They're all Satanists, bro. Listen to his poetry.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Crowley definitely did that, especially in his poetry. Let's look at some of his work. Poop on me, S-L-U-T. Creamy the turds that drip from your gut. Greasy the turds. Dribble your dung on the tip of my tongue. All right, wow, okay. C-U-N-T, you have harbored all the dirt and disease in your slimy, unbarbered, loose hole with its cheese. And its monthlies and pox, you chewer of... I'll just leave this one here too. This is what Crowley was best at, trying to find something as beautiful as poetry and turn it into something disgusting. That was his main goal with a lot of things. And you may be thinking, oh, it's just writing. Just because he wrote that doesn't mean that like he actually did stuff like that. He did. He did. He loved it. He loved it. Who am I to kink shame though, right? Okay, moving on.
That was disgusting.
Yeah, and the government still work with him.
Did you know that Aleister Crowley was also a international super spy? He was a spy. Yep, I believe it was for Britain. Or it could have been for something else, but he was a legit spy for the government. How he became a spy is because he literally reached out to the government and said, hey, look, I'm able to infiltrate these very closed groups, so let me work for you. Let me do it, as a job, because I can. He is the reason that people practice certain things today, like sex magic. Crowley. Why magic is spelt with a K? Crowley. So a lot of people hate him, but then will go and spell magic with a K. He invented that. There are two kind of people that actually like Aleister Crowley. Either A, they like him because they are just as sick and deranged as he was, or B, they like him because they are able to separate the sick man that he was, and separate that from the actual work that he did. What he really did was teach about duality. He was the ultimate dark expression of what a human being can be. So, a lot of people will now meet in the middle.
Bit of an extreme way of teaching balance.
People still follow him today, bro.
Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. What were Crowley's last words? There are a lot of different myths about this, so let's check them out. Most prevalent is that his last words were, I am perplexed, which was given in one of the early biographies of the man. However, this is apocryphal. It's actually not what happened. Less likely are intimations that he somehow repented or recanted at the end of his life, which you'll hear once in a while from people who just kind of really wish he had, for whatever reasons they may have. But those reasons are theirs, but not Crowley's. Crowley remained Crowley until the end. What we do have is the account of the person who was actually there when Crowley passed. The mother of Crowley's last child, Aleister Ataturk, Deirdre Malcolpine. She noted that Crowley passed peaceably and without comment, and that there was a peal of thunder to greet him. So, take that for what you will. Love is the law, love under will.
Yeah, that guy clearly loves him.
He probably loves the creamy turds too.
Moonchild is a novel written by British occultist Aleister Crowley in 1917 and published in 1929. It's about a magical war between a group of white magicians and a group of black magicians over an unborn child. In this book, a lot of fictional characters were based on acquaintances of Crowley in real life, leading some to believe this was much more than just a novel. A personal journal shrouded as a story, perhaps? Cyril Gray, the character modeled after Crowley himself, is trying to save and improve the human race and condition by impregnating a woman with the soul of an ethereal being, the Moonchild. Crowley goes into detail on how to demonize a fetus by soul fishing in the fourth dimension. He also wrote, invoking into that place some one force which they desired, some tremendously powerful being, angel or archangel, and they had conjurations which they thought capable of doing this, and they would be able to cause the incarnation of beings of infinite knowledge and power who would be able to bring the whole world into light and truth. This book is allegedly the one that inspired Parsons to conduct his Babylon working ritual in 1946, where he was supposed to manifest an incarnation of Babylon who would then carry a magical child or Moonchild and save humanity.
Jack Parsons worked for NASA and JPL, bro.
What, and he was doing rituals?
Yeah, bro. Before every launch.
Do you know about NASA's dark secret? Rocket scientist by day, occultist by night, Jack Parsons. John Whiteside Parsons was a pioneer in rocketry, chemist, and occultist. Parsons was a key figure in the development of solid rocket fuel, co-founding JPL and the Aerojet Engineering Corporation. But Parsons was living a double life. It was said he recited Crowley's poem, Hymn to Pan, during rocket tests. Having converted to Thelema, the new religious movement founded by Aleister Crowley, Parsons joined the Agape Lodge in 1941. This branch in California of the Ordo Templi Orientis would be the home and center of where Parsons' dive into the occult would reach its climax, figuratively and literally.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Parsons would eventually meet L. Ron Hubbard, the founder of Scientology, and they would both go on to conduct the Babylon Working Ritual in 1945 through 1946. The Babylon Working was a series of magic ceremonies designed to manifest Babylon, or the Scarlet Woman, a goddess in the Thelemic occult system. Some believe Parsons opened up a portal because of his ceremonies, letting in entities because it was never closed. Others believed he helped usher in the hippie movement, peace and love, sexual liberation.
If he was doing rituals before every launch, how can they say they didn't know about it?
Bro, we could do a whole episode on NASA's secrets.
And he took all this video footage of this elaborate satanic ritual setup that they had down there, where they had things written on the wall in Latin, and they had a girl's bloody dress, and they had a chair that was covered in something red, and they're trying to figure out what the going on, and he wound up getting out of there. But then he found out that the history of that lab itself, that the guy who founded that lab was an open Satanist.
The man he's talking about is Jack Parsons, the sex cult rocket man. He was one of the founders of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory and Aerojet Engineering, which played an important role in American space exploration, and this man tried to conjure up Babylon, which is the Thelemic goddess of female sexuality. Guys, this story gets pretty dark. You see, Parsons became fascinated with the teachings of Aleister Crowley since he preached magic, sex, and spirituality in his religious secret society called Ordo Templi Orientis. It was a religious secret society led by Crowley, which offered similar things that rocketry does. Jack Parsons became enamored with the beliefs and the hidden dimensions and the sexual freedom that it offered. Time went on, and Parsons and his wife Helen became members of the secret society. Helen goes on a trip, and Parsons starts an affair with her half-sister Betty. Helen gets pissed, so she goes and has an affair with Wilfred Smith, who is the head of the Agape Lodge, which was the California chapter of this secret society. She later then divorces Parsons and marries this guy. Time goes on, and Crowley wanted this man Wilfred Smith to step down from the Agape Lodge. Crowley considered this man a god and ordered him to tattoo 666 on his forehead. But once he stepped down, Jack Parsons was instilled as the Agape's new leader. At this point, Parsons was at his peak. He was the leader of the cult in California, and he convinced the government that rocketry could be useful in wartime and formed a successful business called Aerojet, in which the US Army ordered 2,000 rockets from the company.
Yeah, maybe we should do a whole episode on NASA's secrets.
Yeah, and Scientology.
Founder of Scientology, Ron Hubbard now joins the cult ran by Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons. Hubbard had extraordinary charisma, wit, and had endless tales to tell. Parsons ends up becoming very good friends with Hubbard and speaks very highly of him. That all changed when Hubbard seduced his girlfriend Betty and Hubbard ran away. Parsons became infuriated, not only because he stole his girl, but because he showed Hubbard how to climb up the mystical ladder of Crowley's secret society. Many believe he got the principles of Scientology from. Parsons then started to focus on outer forms of magic, blending voodoo and witchcraft together. Members from the cult believed he was trying to use spells to summon a demon to kill Hubbard, but in reality he was trying to summon Babylon, the Thelemic goddess of female sexuality. Rituals often involve pentagrams, obscure scripture, and other things I can't say. His future wife Marjorie Cameron arrives at the cult in 1946. Meets Parsons. They later then were enclosed in rooms performing magic rituals for hours and became married in less than a year. The FBI started taking notes of these practices. He was investigated. He was not found guilty, but his science career was over. In 1952, there was a massive explosion at his house that took his life. People call it an accident, an assassination, or a conjuring ritual.
Do you think the FBI got him?
Nah, bro. He fucked up the rituals.
Have you heard of the 1946 magic ritual called the Babylon Working by Scientology founder Ron L. Hubbard and NASA rocket man Jack Parsons? See how the two lies collided? NASA, Scientology. Side note about Jack Parsons, NASA rocket man, before every rocket test launch, he would evoke the god Pan. This is because shooting a rocket up to the moon is really a sex magic ritual. A rocket is the male energy, the phallus shooting up to the female energy, the moon. Just like in Washington, D.C., Washington Monument, 555 feet tall, or 6,660 inches, setting every day into the Capitol Dome, the female womb. Sex magic ritual. Back to the Babylon working. The ritual was designed to evoke the whore of Babylon. Revelation 17 talks about the whore of Babylon. Babylon the Great, the mother of and the earth's abomination. Jack and Ron had a falling out after the Babylon working. They had co-founded a business called Allied Enterprises in which Parsons had invested over $20,000. Soon after, though, Hubbard vanished with Parsons' girlfriend Sarah, who he eventually married. The funniest part of the story, when Hubbard and Sarah kind of vanished, they went out on a boat outside of Florida into the waters. Parsons was furious. He went into his hotel room and summoned a typhoon. Legend or not, Hubbard and the ship were washed ashore soon after by a freak storm that same day. The kicker of the whole story, Hubbard used much of his money from the Allied Enterprise business and Parsons' investment to form Dianetics, which later evolved to Scientology.
It's mad how many people Crowley influenced.
People still follow him today, bro. They're called Thelemites.
You know, you start out as a new artist and you make your way into the game and, you know, you climb that mountain and then you get to the top and you put your flag down.
Mr. Crowley has been instrumental throughout music for before I was born, you know what I mean? Led Zeppelin, Beatles, there's a lot of great artists that, you know, are the building blocks for even hip hop. Digging into his story and, you know, understanding why he's been so, you know, relevant and you know, influential in music culture, you know, I think it was important for me to, you know, reinstill that. If you didn't know that, if you missed that part, you know what I mean? If you missed that part of the culture of music in general, this beyond hip hop, just music in general, he's had a big influence on the culture. At first sight, he's the wickedest man alive, right? That's what he's a very wicked man. But if you dig into the poetry and you read between the lines of this poetry and, you know, you dig into his story, a lot of the things will, you know, make more sense to you.
Why has he had such a big impact on the music industry?
Bro, the whole music industry is satanic. But we'll have to save that for next time. We made the demonic music industry episode, bro. Let's watch it next.
I can't watch them all, mate. Let's watch Randonautica next. It was a good one.
Yeah, this was one of my favourites, bro. Let us know in the comments what's been your favourite episode.
Randonautica was a craze for us spooky people.
The app has exploded in popularity among young people during the last few months.
This is the exact location of where that house is, right there.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god!
I'm super terrified. I don't know what to do.
This app was taking people to literal crime scenes to a real body.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
Randonautica was a craze for us spooky people, and a lot of people compare it to the way that Pokemon Go took over the world, except maybe on a lesser scale. We all started to notice that this app was taking people to very strange locations. From literal crime scenes to creepy text messages from unknown numbers, and then yes, at one point, seriously, a real dead body. Is Randonautica connected to the dark web? Why does the app boast itself as a quantum physics-based app with a quantum random number generator as its whole shtick? And how is this app seemingly leading people directly to something related to their set intention?
Mate, there's going to be loads of fake videos using this app.
They're not fake, bro. They found a body.
That's okay, is that the me?
Guys, you go. I'll do stuff.
Bro. Wait, open it.
We're like, we're gonna find
Open it.
It's sweet.
It stinks, y'all.
It washed out. It's sweet.
Oh. Oh.
How do you know this is real?
The police found a body, bro.
And a suitcase on the one.
This could just be footage from another incident, mate.
Nah, bro. It was on the news.
Yeah, that could still be fake, Ted.
Bro, just told you. It was on the news.
Confirmed the presence of human remains in the trash bag stuffed inside the suitcase. So how did the teens end up here at this specific location where they found the suitcase? They were directed there by a smartphone app called Randonautica. The app has exploded in popularity among young people during the last few months. It's supposed to be a fun new way to explore the world around you by sending you randomly selected geographic coordinates.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, but it's still just a coincidence.
Nah, bro. It's connected to the dark web.
So the most popular conspiracy I've seen floating around is that people believe that dark web users are using the dark web to track Randonautica users. So they're looking where people are going so they can track people's location very easily, and that the app allows your data and allows your location to be shared with people on the dark web to therefore abduct children.
Come on, Ted, it's just a random location.
If it's just random, why does shit like this keep happening?
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm gonna die!
It's just a coincidence, mate. I bet they don't upload all the ones that go wrong.
Bro, watch this.
Why do we just go to this fucking quantum point and this whole fucking person is Sky? Oh my fucking god! Bitch, I can't! What if the person shows up in my rear view camera? No, bitch, I can't.
To be fair, that one sounded pretty legit. It's just too easy to fake.
Bro, they're not fake.
Yo, what's up everyone? Tonight I am out doing a Randonautica. Okay, so I think we're almost, yeah, right around here, and we're... Yo, who are you? Yo, why do you have a knife? Oh, dude, are you insane? You cut me! No! Ow! Ow!
It's real, bro.
Who the...
Yeah, of course you did, mate. Ted, that was clearly fake.
Nah, bro. He got hurt.
This is the problem with paranormal content. You have to dig through so much fake shit just to see if there's anything real, and it makes the stuff that is real just seem unbelievable.
So I just found out that people on TikTok are randonauting, so I had to make an account because I'm a randonaut, and I think people need to know what it's like and how weird and bizarre things can get when you use a quantum random number generator to travel to a truly random location. And I'm about to show you. This shit gets weird. And where else? Like a herd of turtles. Because turtles are slow.
Turtle herd.
We're gonna get turtles now because we're talking about it. Should probably just focus on purple. Purple turtles!
Donatello. They use the purple Ninja Turtle.
Oh, snap.
It's kind of blowing my mind right now. And I feel really weird, honestly. Like, I feel very much in, like, another place in time.
Ninja Turtle? We just talked about Ninja Turtles.
The chances. What chances? I mean, do you see, though, like, how the universe is writing this story, like...
It's synchronicity, bro.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let us know in the comments if you want to see an episode on Carl Jung.
If you like to be spooked, listen. Randonauting. It's an app you download. It's called Randonaut. What is it? Randonaut gives you QRPs, quantum random point. What are quantum random points, bitch? Let me explain that to you. Quantum random points are high points of energy and power near you. Attractors have a lot of energy, voids don't have as much. So if you really want to get spooked, you go to attractors. This app gives you the location of attractors and voids, and then you go. There's an entire subreddit where people explain the weird stuff that happens at these points. People report paranormal activity, leaving the simulation or reality, feeling like you're tripping on drugs, spiritual awakening. But the number one thing reported that they say is a phenomenon because it can't be explained is the universe will manifest whatever you want. So they say before you go to this point, think of something really hard that you want. One time a person thought dog, and they went and there was a puppy. Spooky, bitch, spooky. I'm going randonauting right now, bet. I'm gonna post an update right when I'm done and let you guys know my experience.
And they never saw her again.
Bro, stop taking the piss. This is serious.
Then show a better explanation.
Randonautica advertises itself as a quantumly generated create-your-own-adventure app, and it's very clear that the point of the app is to test out a hypothesis that the mind-matter interaction is true or not true. Can you set this intention, and can that affect your results? Can that affect the coordinates that the app brings you to? We have random number generators, right? RNGs is what they're often referred to as. The idea is exactly what it sounds like. They select random numbers for you. Dice, for example, are random number generators. Digital random number generators are very important for tons of stuff. You just don't really think about it day to day. So think about, gaming, for example. There is so many random number generators needed for the codes, the back end of gaming. We need them for computers. We need them for encryption. It's a way to generate actually random data. However, the average random number generator is flawed. Most RNGs are not truly random. A computer's RNG is going to have a person behind it that created the algorithm for the random number generator. If some really smart cookie could figure out the algorithm behind the RNG on that computer, then theoretically that person could predict the pattern and could predict them at least better than a actual truly random number generator. So my understanding of this whole thing is that a quantum random number generator, so a QRNG, is going to be a random number generator that creates more truly random numbers. If the coordinates you get are quantum RNG, that means they are truly random, and therefore there's fewer variables, and the only variable is your intention. That means that the experiment is more pure, in theory. It means that proves that your mind was the one that led you to that location, not the app being influenced.
Yeah, that was a good explanation. This app could prove that we're in a simulation.
Bro, you always go to simulation theory. It's dark web abductions.
Yeah, it's probably a good time to remind you, this is for entertainment purposes only.
On your... I'm recording it!
Left a little bit, because we're literally right by it.
This side too.
What is it?
Oh my god.
Guys, I don't want to drive. It's a little bit more that way. It's literally right there. What?
Are your brights on? Can you turn your brights on?
Oh shit,
so they're
there's
not...
like a big flow of water over there.
Yeah, don't go over there. Just stay here. Don't move.
Should we get out?
Yeah, we should.
Holy fucking shit!
Go.
Stop, just go, just leave.
Go. That was someone on the other side! That was someone on the other
I don't know where to get out of here.
Slow down. Go that way. Go that way. Just keep going.
That was probably just the landowners and they were trespassing.
They should have called this app Fuck Around and Find Out.
Why's the whole house buried like that?
Mud flood, bro.
Kinda looks like it was built like that.
Don't go in there, bro. They'll abduct you.
According to sources on the internet, Indian tribes used to customarily build grave houses or spirit houses just like this a long, long time ago over the graves of their deceased or loved ones. The spirit houses are meant to be a place of comfort or residence for the deceased for their next life.
If it's not abductions from the dark web, then the places must really be random.
Yeah, that's the whole point of it being a quantum random number generator.
My boyfriend and I decided to go on a randonaut adventure, and you guys, it gets so creepy. Do not do this alone. We ended up driving through this really weird street. There was no one there. And we also ended up walking a little bit. I was obviously not prepared for this since I was wearing Crocs. And my feet got so dusty. At this point, I was really skeptical. I didn't really want to go further, but I was there already. Like, where are we? This was weird, but it gets weirder. We found a huge bird's nest. Like, what is this? Or at least, that's what I thought it was. And then there was this path. I don't know what it is. If you know what it is or what it means, comment down below. I don't know if it's like witchcraft or something. I'm scared.
Satanist, bro.
And then there was like a bunch of random stuff inside in the middle and a bunch of rocks. So basically it led us to a big bird's nest.
Yeah, that ain't a bird's nest.
She probably got sacrificed, bro.
They obviously already knew that was there. They didn't even show the app.
They should have tried to open it.
Then if you see the person.
Yeah, probably time to go.
Yeah, get out of there, bro.
Don't zoom in, leave. Could have just been people doing bushcraft, but still, better safe than sorry.
If you find something like that in the woods, run.
Fucking hell, mate.
Tyler!
I'm a part of you.
She's hacking.
She looked terrifying, bro.
You're not really one to talk.
Shut up, bro. Why don't you show him what's under that sack? You fucking weirdo.
Alright, easy. Looks like you without fur.
Shut up, bro. I don't look like that.
Yeah, you look worse.
Fuck you, bro.
This app's more like Randonautica.
Ha! Randonautica.
Come on, Ted, there's gotta be better ones than this.
Yeah, bro. Check this out.
Our destination's on the left? Wow.
Secrecy sirens. You see that? Alright, we have to investigate this. Or is he coming my way?
No, he's coming our way.
Looks like, oh my god.
No, he's coming our way. Yo, it stopped. What the hell? It just, they're getting out. Just stop. Oh, there's another ambulance. What the okay, so.
Wait, this is exactly where it's said to be. This is the exact location of where that house is, right there.
How the Nick?
No. This could be bad. Because I don't know what's happening.
Oh, okay, I don't want to record because it looks like they're getting out the stretcher and stuff. Like, I don't want... Like, there's no way we could have even faked that.
You know, seriously, this is... I'm not even joking. That is so...
What?
Really, I hope everyone's okay. Holy shit.
I'm actually shaking. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm actually shaking.
Look, another one. Another one's coming.
What?
Another ambulance.
They're turning down. They're turning down.
Where is he going? We gotta follow him. We gotta follow him.
Okay.
That's because that's the street it told us to turn down. Okay, this is weird. This is seriously so weird, dude.
The destination will be on the left.
My God.
Oh my God, this. It is literally right where they are going in. I don't get like this.
I'm actually scared. Like...
It's hard to explain all these as just coincidences, I guess, but it's gotta be just because so many people are playing it.
What if they're manifesting it, bro?
Makina Ray and her friend Darius went out randonauting one night with the intent to focus on death. The actual experience wasn't recorded, however, the first video here explains what happened shortly thereafter.
So I just went randonauting. I just went randonauting. Our intention was death. And we were on our way to the spot. And I look out my window and there's someone laying in the gutter with their wife literally like on them, holding them. So I parked and got out and he got shot. And then she gave me that pot and I had to call the cops. And Darius he wrapped his jacket around the wound. And then the cops came and we got questioned and he said to leave. And he just jumped in and Darius.
That was terrible.
The guy survived, bro.
Okay, so you guys wanted me to make a video with Darius so you can hear his point of view. And so here he is. He's gonna just talk about it.
Alright, y'all, hi, I'm Darius. Before I want to say anything else, the dude is actually okay. The police called me and said that he's recovering and UC Health up the street, so that's all good. Lots of comments were saying that we manifested it and stuff. I feel like we just happened to come across it. I honestly think that was a good thing we came across it because we was able to help somebody out. I went out and helped the wife, put pressure on his wound and stuff. His wife was literally just running around trying to get help because she didn't really know what to do. I feel like it was a good thing we came across it. I feel like it would have happened either way. I still don't recommend searching for death. That was not a good idea for sure.
Definitely not. Please just go during the day and be safe. Don't have negative intentions. We don't even know if the app had anything to do with it.
Yeah, that's just not good to just have negative energy. I mean, you kind of get what you look for. You know, honestly, I rate the app 5 stars because you did find what we was looking for.
But we weren't even looking for it.
Came across
stupid.
I thought we was gonna come across a graveyard or something, or an old crime scene, an active, something actually happening.
That kid responded well, but people are horrible for saying it's their fault.
People were savages in that comment section, bro.
I wanted to get my mind off of the world for a second, so me and my friend tried Randonautica. We chose Anomaly and set our intention as my mom's lost dog. Took us to the middle of the desert, and we ended up seeing a dog.
Dang.
We've never been out here and never seen this dog in our life, but he was so friendly to us and kept leading us in the right direction towards our actual point, which was really, really fucking weird. He also actually appeared out of nowhere. Both the dog and the point led us up to a line of trees, 3 lined up in a row. Didn't really find anything else except this dog. Then I heard the weirdest sound, growling next to me, and I just bolted it. We were gonna take him with us, but he ended up being the dog of the people who were living on the property nearby. Went straight home because it was pitch black.
I know I keep sounding like a skeptic, but that's just a coincidence.
It's because you are a skeptic, bro.
Hello to my TikTok that probably nobody watches, but there is a randonaut location right by our house. So my brother and I are gonna go check it out. I'm a little scared seeing the other randonauts on TikTok, but here we go. Okay, this is weird because we just got here and this is the only spot in our neighborhood that does not have any houses. It's just straight forest. I'm in flip-flops. This is a bad idea. but we're like 50 yards away. All right, there was...
coming up on bears.
Yeah. There's like literally garbage that's dragged all the way down here. There's a soccer ball, a wrapper, a ton of stuff right there. We just got to this randomly flat, clear area when nothing else is clear.
Bone, though.
I know. Okay, but I'm not kidding you. There's literally somebody in the forest right there. There's literally another bone.
Now.
Freaking mosquitoes. Oh my god. This is
Right behind that tree.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I wonder if I come this way if I can see. I'm ready to go.
He's literally sitting behind that tree.
What would he be doing sitting behind the tree? What's the thing?
Well, because he's a mountain hillbilly.
Kill the mosquito. Dude, the mosquito is huge. What if he's calling the cops on us?
What's he gonna do? Two people are walking through the forest?
Okay. Just when I thought this was over, there's literally somebody in the forest. He's following us through the forest. Oh my god, he's right there. No. He's literally, there's a guy in the forest right there. Oh my god, Brent, I want to go. I'm so scared. He's literally, there's a guy looking.
After recording a couple of parts for a TikTok, Rachel and her brother noticed a bunch of trees with the word "stop" spray painted on them with red paint. Once they saw this, they decided to head back to the house and call it a day.
We want to film an episode in the woods at night, but we're a little bit worried about people stumbling across us while we're filming.
We'd have to bury them, bro.
I saw these when I was driving, and when I tell you the sound my car made because I hit the brake so fast, it felt like I was in a fucking fever dream. Then 5 minutes later, not even, I find this house. And I'm like, what the fuck time vortex or alternate dimension did I go into? Because A, none of this was on my way to my destination. B, I've lived in this area my whole life, and I've never seen this. And this house was in the middle of nowhere. Then this weird ass bird showed up, and I was like, oh, that's weird, but we'll get to that later, because that'll come back. And here's more of the house. And there's nothing around it. And then there's the mailbox. Okay, that's cool. 85, I don't know if that'll mean anything. Then there was a little shed. Okay, now look. Are those birds? Not like real birds, but are those like fake birds?
That looked a bit like our house, bro.
We're having a bit of work done on our house at the moment, but you guys are going to see the rest of it soon.
Yeah, and we got some special guests lined up.
It's really great to see all the new subscribers. Let us know in the comments where you're all watching from. And a massive thank you to Matthew. He's left us our first super like. He's paid for the candles today, so let's get a big shout out to Matt in the comments.
You're not ready for this next one, bro.
So I keep seeing that randonaut thing all over TikTok, and I really want to try it out. So I just downloaded the app, and I found a location that's like 1.5 miles by my house. I'm gonna go check it out. And alright, so I think I gotta go this way down a creek. Alright, this is what I found so far. Pretty creepy. I'm gonna see what that is.
Dang.
Okay, so I just opened up one of the photos, and it's whatever the that is. Then we have these random three. This one's it's your birthday with the snowman. From these two I just put together. It's like, are you with me?
Yeah, fuck that. Get out of there.
I think it was just my imagination. I think I'm just here. But I'm trying to read these. I swear I'm friendly.
Play with me. Play with me. Run, bro.
After hearing a child's voice in the near distance, she stops recording almost immediately. However, Taylor does go back sometime later to pick up what she found the first time round.
So I just hiked the mile back to the randonauting spot. Brought a flashlight as a weapon this time.
As you can see, there's no one around me. I'm trying to go quick so that I don't waste too much time. The spot's right up there. I had to go. There was too much water on the other side, so I had to go way back. So there's the cave, and then there's one of those old lines. Okay, these drawings are creepy. I feel like I should just grab them all really quick. If they have messages on them, then, like, those look like symbols. So grabbed everything.
Little known to Taylor, there is yet again another kid's voice in the background while she's picking up the drawings. She states she didn't hear the voice at the time. Shortly after posting these two videos, Taylor receives a comment saying that one of her viewers can see what they think could be a child's face in the background of one of her videos.
Okay, so I don't have a lot of time right now, but I saw this comment and I'm kind of hyperventilating, freaking out. This girl posted that she saw a child in my video.
Oh, snap.
No one was with me, and tell me if you guys think that looks like a ghost child, because I don't know. But I didn't know if she photoshopped it or not, so I went to my videos and I screenshotted the exact part that she shows right there. And I see the face too. And so now I'm actually freaking the f out. I'm super terrified. I don't know what to do. I didn't see anyone or hear anything until that voice happened, but it just sounded like an echo. So...
After seeing all of this and getting a lot of comments suggesting she not keep the notebook, Taylor decides to sage not only the notebook, but herself as well. After saging, she finally decides to open the notebook to see just what is inside. As she opens it, she's surprised to see the following.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go super quick and flip through the rest because I don't want to waste too much time talking. And I don't really want to read into this because what the f.
This is proper weird. What the fuck is that?
That's human hair, bro.
Ah, get rid of it.
Dude, does someone like cult f***ing children? Someone get their satanic babies? This is so creepy.
Near the end of the notebook, Taylor discovers it contains small locks of human hair sellotaped to one of the pages. Freaked out by this, she continues going through the book and ends the video there. Perhaps the image of a ghostly face she saw earlier in one of her videos is somehow related to the notebook and the children's voices she heard. Regardless of what the truth is here, Randonautica once again provided a bizarre series of events for Taylor to discover.
Ted, I don't think this app's connected to satanic cults.
Bro, there's satanic cults all over the world. But we'll have to save that for next time. Let's watch the Bohemian Grove episode next, bro.
Bohemian Grove would be a good one to build a diorama for.
We should do a follow-up, bro. There's loads of stuff that didn't make it into the episode.
What really goes on behind those gates?
It's literally so over for these guys. This video could be deleted any minute.
No one's denying that it's real. This really did happen. They're all worshiping an owl god. The members are really getting off on it and going,
This man pissed on the owl in Bohemian Grove.
We're battling an actual entity?
Yes.
Named Moloch.
I thought this was the only owl, but I was wrong.
We are...
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
It's literally so over for these guys. They stepped into the most dangerous and restricted place on this earth. People like you and me can never go in that place because it's the Bohemian Grove. But somehow this guy founded the Lodge of the Groove's members and also the most famous statue. Even though they can get caught any minute, they entered through the backside of that base.
You dare?
Do it, bro.
Come.
They found trucks with the symbol of the owl, which was used to bring in people for rituals. They were whispering and moving around tiptoe because if they get caught, there is no out for them. And here is the infamous owl statue where sacrifices are placed for fulfilling wishes. This video could be deleted any minute, so make sure to share it with your friends and subscribe.
You gotta have some massive balls to break into the grove.
Loads of people have got in, bro. Only some have made it out, though.
There's this YouTuber, Dancer1, and he snuck into the Bohemian Grove. And it's really creepy. He went like crazy far with it. He went into some of the buildings and it had this creepy looking weird clown demon goblin. Oh, weird. There's like a iron bowl with 2 owls on each side of it in front of the giant owl statues. Scary. And then the pit where they light the fire and do the mock sacrifice. The owl is also made out of like plaster or something.
Really?
The owl statue, yeah, because he knocked on it was hollow, and you can go behind it and go up inside the owl.
No way.
Yeah, there's stairs. But what was really creepy is a couple times throughout the video, you heard what sounded like humans doing owl noises. No thanks.
Is the video still online?
It keeps getting taken down, bro. But I found it.
Bohemian Grove. I made it. I actually made it. I had a cast iron to use as a paddle. I think I've done enough exploring. I need to find that fucking owl. Oh, that smells. What the fuck? No way. This is fucking cool. Oh, that's hollow. Oh, this is what I wanted to see. Oh, no way. You can go like behind the owl. You got some owls. Well, it's time to leave this place now. I don't know what they're doing with all this stuff. That's gross. Wow. This is nice. I don't know what all this on it. There's like tons of little houses. I guess that makes sense. I kind of want to see what that noise is, but I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. Musician's entrance. That's the guest house. Oh, there's a car right there. I'm not gonna fuck with this place. I don't know why all the lights are on.
They're burning children, bro.
Fucking hell, Ted. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
This man pissed on the owl in Bohemian Grove.
Probably not a good idea.
On the 2nd of December 2023, a YouTuber named Dancer1 posted this video and proved this Bohemian Grove member wrong.
Did they ever bring any, children into the Bohemian Grove?
This was a very creepy moment when he entered the kitchen. Oh, that smells. But it smells really bad. Why? Because it was a morgue. But he did not understand. However, the second proof will shock you. The second time he came to Bohemian Grove, he checked almost every single room, and therefore when he was entering this room.
Look how small that door is, bro. Only a kid could fit in that room.
Now you know how disgusting people are they? And look at the room. How small is that? And there were 2 rooms like that. This is the proof that they put kids on the altar, they burn it, sacrifice it, then scream it for the big owl.
Have the feds not raided this gaff?
Come on, bro. The feds and the Secret Service guard it.
Let's fucking take a whiz right on the owl.
Nutter.
He's a hero, bro.
Christmas in Bohemia. Come as children, little children. 1997. That is a sinister fucking... What the fuck? I don't know, man. This shit is fucking weird. A wise owl lived in an oak. The more he saw, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't we be like this old bird?
Bars.
There shouldn't be too much to worry about back here. We're extremely deep in the grove, and you'd think if we were gonna have any problems, we would have already had problems, but I guess we'll just have to find out.
It's mad he went there twice.
He went back and filmed this year's Ceremony of Care, bro.
How much of it did he film?
All of it, bro. But Bohemian Grove made him take it down.
Alright, well, folks, Bohemian Grove took my video down. They copyright striked the video that I took, and they claimed it was, that I filmed their performance or whatever, and the rights to the video are theirs.
If he filmed it, how can they claim copyright over it?
They can do whatever they want, bro. But I still managed to find it.
What if they come for our channel?
Don't be such a bitch, bro.
All of the belief. We are added to the road has graciously given us this we are. Once again, but never, Lord, unforgettable time we have here. This freedom in His, when we return to the book in our day, we were paid 40 more. Yes.
That's some crazy shit. Fucking hell.
They're all Satanists, bro.
I wonder what goes on after the ceremony.
You told me you'd been there, bro.
Yeah, I was joking, mate. I was in the first episode. Any of you guys been watching since back then? Let us know in the comments.
So he's also the one who told me about Bohemian Grove. Well, I actually watched it I think this tape was actually made before I met him. So he went and snuck in to this place where like former presidents go. There's a photograph of it's Ronald Reagan with Herbert Walker Bush, and a couple other people all standing around. And it's like these are the people that used to hang out at this place, and they would put on robes and they would worship an owl god, and they would burn an effigy. And Alex snuck in and made video footage of this shit. And then no one's denying that it's real. This really did happen. They're in with these bankers and former presidents, and they're dressed like druids. Yes. And some guy brings over something it's an effigy that's supposed to be a body, a wrapped up effigy. It's also a bunch of sticks in a blanket, but it's like shaped like a body. Yeah. And then they drop it on the fire, and they're all worshiping an owl god.
Alex Jones filmed a ceremony in the year 2000, bro.
Yeah, but why are they worshipping an owl?
It's Moloch, bro.
Exposed, there's been some behind-the-scenes footage where, for decades, our nation's leaders, world leaders as well, will gather in some place called Bohemian Grove, where there's this giant owl, a figure representing Moloch, and in effigy they will sacrifice a child. And we're talking about presidents, senators, congressmen, the biggest leaders. So it doesn't matter whether you believe in the spirit of Moloch and all that superstitious stuff. There are global elites and leaders who do believe it.
Obviously, it's very lucrative. But really behind all of that is a spirit. It's a spirit. So we're not fighting against flesh and blood.
I wonder if everyone who's attending knows what the ceremony's for.
Of course they do, bro. They fucking love it.
What exactly are you talking about when we're battling an actual entity?
Yes.
Named Moloch.
Yes, sir.
How is he characterized in the Bible? Where do we find him? And how would you say we're dealing with him today?
Yeah, so there was a false god, a little g god called Moloch, and people would actually sacrifice their babies. There was a statue of Moloch, and it had the arms holding a tray, and they would put their children on that tray and lower that tray down over the fire to incinerate their kids as an offering to this little g god named Moloch, to appease the god, to please the god. And there's been this culture of death.
Yep.
And a strategy of death on the part of the enemy to wipe out generations from the beginning of mankind.
How old's Bohemian Grove?
It's been there since 1893, bro.
The Bohemian Club was founded in 1872. 21 years later, in 1893, the Grove, located in Sonoma County, California, became the regular meeting place of the club members. Now, prior to that, on June 29th of 1878, the organization held their first summer camp-style meeting at the Redwoods in Marin County, California, present-day Samuel P. Taylor State Park. Of course, I use the word meeting quite loosely, considering the fact that, according to members of the Grove, Grove, the campground was more of a place to hang out and let off steam than actually partake in any kind of political shop talk. In 1893, the club began renting their current location, the Bohemian Grove, and in 1899, they purchased the lands, and in the following years, the lands surrounding the Grove were purchased as well by various members of the organization.
Who are the members?
There's shitloads of them, bro.
So who are some of the prominent attendees at Bohemian Grove? Well, it's pretty much a who's who of the elite. First up, we have US presidents. Many of them have been members or guests at Bohemian Grove. Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan are two of the most notable. Nixon even mentioned the place in some of his tapes, and Reagan is known to have attended before he even became president. There are tons of other politicians outside of presidents as well. A lot of high-ranking officials have made appearances. People like Henry Kissinger, who served as Secretary of State. Then there's the business moguls, heads of major corporations and banks, like David Rockefeller, for example. There are also plenty of artists, writers, and musicians. Mark Twain, the famous author, was an early member. Arnold Schwarzenegger has attended, Clint Eastwood, some very big names, as well as ones you've probably never heard of. Point is, though, having dirt on politicians and famous folks gives you some leverage. If a powerful person steps out of line or doesn't follow certain agendas that the club wants to push, the threat of exposing these secrets could, in theory, be used to keep them in check.
They decided Reagan was going to be president of the Grove, bro.
Come on, Ted, I doubt it.
If you want a president you can control, who better than an actor? These are leaked photos from the 80s, bro. Look at that evil bastard.
Who's he, Ted?
Probably Epstein's dad, bro.
Yeah, he does actually look like Epstein.
I wonder who's under those bubbles, bro.
What else is decided there?
The New World Order, bro.
I know I said that the members of the Bohemian Club gathering at the Grove tend to avoid shop talk, which is true, generally. But in September of 1942, in the midst of the Second World War, the influential and incredibly intelligent members of the club just couldn't help themselves from discussing what could possibly be done to end the war and simultaneously strengthen America's defenses. That meeting, attended by Ernest Lawrence, J. Robert Oppenheimer, the presidents of Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, along with representatives of Standard Oil and General Electric, as well as various military officials, is what ultimately led to the Manhattan Project, which ultimately ended with 2 nuclear bombs, Little Boy and Fat Man, being dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan, causing irreparable damages to Japanese forces and land.
Damn, that's fucking crazy. You'd think people would be trying to stop it.
They've been protesting it since the 80s, bro.
The Bohemian Club, the exclusive men's club that President Reagan is supposed to belong to, is increasingly becoming the focus of protests. Protests by people who think that its membership concentrates too much wealth, too much power in any one group to remain private. And this year, as Aaron Edwards reports, some of the demonstrators went to jail.
There was no violence. It was a display of civil disobedience by members of a peace and human rights coalition. And it was directed against the men attending the annual 2-week encampment at Bohemian Grove. And this is the first time they have blocked the only way in and out. Protesters said they were blocking the exit because Bohemian Club members are too dangerous to re-enter society.
Ain't any of the staff leaked anything about it?
Ryan Garcia's been exposing everything, bro.
But yes, Bohemian Grove is real.
Yep.
The books point out Road and say, I'm not even kidding, guys. They really do weird worship. They literally get high off of shrooms and do like a lot of crazy weird shit, all the drugs you can imagine. They just watch a weird fucking owl get sacrificed. All the shit is weird.
Yeah, bro.
And there's many groves all around the whole world, by the way. Huh? And the aliens live in the water. Aliens live in the water. Mine's somewhere out there.
Told you they were underwater, bro.
And they have these things where in the water,
They put nanotechnology in your water and your food, so they press a button in your stomach. They have weird technology. I'm trying to expose everything right now. They do weird technology. All the food that you're eating right now, they put little technology in there. When they want to get you feeling sick, like if you really don't like feeling sick, they can press a button and feel nausea. If they don't like when your throat is hurting, they put, when your throat's hurting. They do a lot of weird shit. They have nanotechnology. All the aliens are in the water.
I think that guy's been hit in the head too many times, mate.
Nah, bro. He's a UFC fighter. They get mental health checks all the time.
And it actually inspired a couple of other celebrities, including American Idol winner John Levy, to come forward about his experience at Bohemian Grove. He would go on to say that everything that Ryan was saying was correct, and he had been invited a couple years ago. There's also been TikToks and videos released of people actually visiting the Bohemian Grove place. And in a way, I think it is kind of beautiful that all these celebrities are coming forward with these stories, because we all know Ryan isn't crazy, and a lot of celebrities, are putting their lives on the line basically to prove that Ryan is not crazy. They don't need to be putting their lives on the line like that, but they are for Ryan's sake. And although all these celebrities are coming forward about their experiences at Bohemian Grove, I don't believe that all of these celebrities are lying. If they all have very similar and dark and weird stories, it's probably because it's a very creepy, dark, and weird place. Bohemian Grove still continues to be one of the biggest conspiracies as to what really goes on behind those gates.
You think more celebrities are going to come forward?
Not unless they want to go missing.
I was at the owl statue. This is fucking hilarious. So I'm there on day one, right? And we're drinking beers. Like, it's pretty laid back. There's some really cool talks. I remember this dude talking about shooting asteroids out that might hit the Earth in so many years. Shut down. I'm like, fuck, this is cool. But the first day, it was the first evening, and you gather around whatever, the owl by this lake, if I remember correctly, which could be a little hazy. It was a long time ago. And like, I've heard about this place. I'm like, this is some real secret ass shit, man. I can't believe I'm fucking here, right? And it's just a trove of celebrities. Fuck, everywhere you turn, it's just fucking A. So you go there, and I'm like thinking we're gonna hear some shit, right? They're about to introduce the first speaker. And no offense against this guy, we consider him friendly. We have very good mutual friends, but they're like, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Danza. And I'm like, what? I'm like, come on, man. Then we're having cool conversations. Kind of weird. And then they asked me like I had to come play my guitar.
Oh no!
I like sing at one of these camp things, and I was like, I feel so used. I feel so dirty. Like, I don't do this shit, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's got to be weird. Hey, man, play us a song.
Well, it's kind of like a unspoken requirement, like a wink, wink. Like you need to take your guitar over there. If you want to be in good graces or be a team player type deal. And I'm like, yeah, I really don't.
What do the locals got to say about it? They must have seen something.
Tyler Oliveira went there and interviewed them, bro.
Worked there like 10, 15 years ago. Oh, I don't want to be on camera.
Oh.
That's awesome. Where's everybody with the
What was that?
Never mind.
Everyone here knew something about the Grove until they saw my little camera.
It's probably not a good place to go unless you know what you're doing.
What do you mean?
There's a lot of rich, crazy people up there.
Try to get in?
My father was in.
Oh, he was in the club?
Yeah.
Who was he?
He's a Mason.
Oh, he was a Mason?
39th.
Did you inherit as well? As Freemason well?
You can.
Some dude forgot his credit card and handed me his Grove card as collateral. And I'm like...
Oh, Grove ID.
And before the Grove happens, you watch a bunch of limos with high-end hookers come in. They're not allowed to bring women back to the facility, but the boys will stay off campus there. The other things that happen is they hit up all of the locals on where they can get drugs every effing year. You will start to see a lot of helicopters flying in directly to the property. Bill Clinton's been there, George Bush has been there. It has been rumored that the next president has always decided there before it occurs.
You try to get in there and get caught. Bye-bye.
I'm dead?
See, it's very possible. They got security, nothing right there.
We get people coming in for Bohemian and everything, and you can just tell about the cars and all that stuff, so.
Lamborghinis or like SUVs?
A little bit of both.
To see a Grove member, would you be able to recognize one?
Sometimes, like in the summer when they're there, because they have like certain, like they present that all white thing sometimes.
They wear like all white garb?
Yeah, but not always. Well, looks like an ancient Sumerian god, and I'm sure you've seen the shit.
I saw an owl driving in here too on that little lodge.
Oh, yeah. It's somehow related to it, but there's a lot of owls around here too.
What is Moloch? What's like the simplified version of it?
As far as I know, Moloch was some sort of Semitic god. I know they sacrificed children to him and stuff. The only one that we know about the big ritual there is they have that big owl statue, and they burn a child in effigy for the cremation of care.
Yeah. You think they're burning kids out there?
I think they have, possibly in the past.
They're still burning them today, bro.
Ted, come on, man, you're gonna get us in trouble.
The owl using this sleepy temple, and all in the grove be reverent for him.
While only elite, wealthy, and famous men are invited, combined with the extreme secrecy and security, this is the only real footage captured inside the event by Alex Jones in the year 2000. Some believe a real human was being burned alive during the ceremony, and others believe these guys were just hammered, goofing around, letting loose, and talking business.
Yeah, I don't think worshipping an owl god is goofing around.
They even do it at Disney World, bro.
The owl lives in his sleepy temple.
Oh shit.
Told you, bro.
They always put it right under your nose.
We should do an episode on how fucked up Disney is, bro.
Yeah, it'd have to be about 5 hours long.
The Cremation of Care ceremony. Alex Jones explains this moment, saying that at the beginning of the ceremony, they did have to give all of their worries and cares to this coffin. And then shortly after everyone did that, about 1,000 men would come out in front of the owl, and they were all dressed in red robes while a black horse-drawn carriage went up to the stage. That is when a couple of men in red robes would pull out what looked to be a child-sized human figure, and they picked up this child-sized human figure and laid it inside of the coffin and lit it on fire. And all while they did that, the voice inside of the owl kept on repeating, quote, "There is only one goddess that can help us. Only one true Deficit." And then once the coffin is burned, the owl will say, quote, "Care says burn all you care. Then Care says no, you're not."
I imagine a lot of celebrities go there just out of curiosity.
You gotta watch the ones that keep going back.
They've got checkpoints and guards. They've got a parking area right off here. There's like a little swamp right here.
Right.
Where they have these open back trucks that come and pick people up that work there and take them in or take members.
Right.
I crawl through. I sit there and act like I'm in a car. Wait till some of these old men start going to get on the back of this flat back deal. We go rolling through. I'm dressed like a yuppie. They let me get in. Then I get off. I start walking up the hill. And I had a map that down here was the water and where the Moloch was, the owl. I'm going down the hill, and there they are down there with all these big tables. There's photos of this online that they've since released. All eating food under the redwoods. I go down here. I get in position in the woods. They all start leaving. They go around. They go around and get around the pool.
Okay. The pool is in like a pool, a swimming pool.
No, it's an artificial. I mean, it's like a pond, a lake right there.
Okay.
It's like a long reflecting pool in front of the owl.
All right.
I kind of hang out. People are already there waiting on the edge.
Is it a fountain?
No, it's a pool. There's bats flying around, grabbing bugs. Absolutely, tons of bats.
Why was he asking so many questions about the pool?
Forget that guy, bro. They made another owl statue.
I thought this was the only owl in Bohemian Grove, but I was wrong. Before I show you the second owl, you need to understand that everything we heard about Bohemian Grove was a lie.
There was 32 camps.
The Hillbillies, they're the biggest one, right?
The band was
The band.
in
Like,
camp.
When I found the secret documents about Bohemian Grove that are only for the Grove members, the biggest camp is Aviary Camp. It has 116 members, but the band camp has only 68 members, and there are 120 camps according. Now check this. The new production facility is partially built into the hillside to reduce the space those functions took on the stage floor. If we look at the map, the hillside is here, so definitely the stage of the owl is somewhere in this area. However, our hero dancer one pissed on the owl in this area, and this new owl looks small compared to the old one. They were working on the Grove project since 2017, and the project was completed in July 2021, and they are expecting that would make this stage be effective for at least another 50 years.
Imagine if they're still doing this in 50 years.
Nah, bro. There's gonna be a revolution. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Let's watch the fake food episode next.
Nah, bro. We've only got a few left. Let's watch the Reptilians episode.
That one was fucking nuts.
4% of Americans believe the Earth is ruled by evil reptilians.
Hold that face off, and beneath it was a reptile.
They're feeding off humanity. They've turned humanity into a slave race.
The reptilian hybrids have been known to shapeshift. She started calling me a reptile. She started attacking me.
Oh my God! She's dead!
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
An alien race of 12 feet tall, blood-drinking reptilian humanoids secretly controls the world.
Hold that face off, and beneath it was a reptile.
This guy, doesn't even look real.
This little tooth that sticks out here.
Fans claim they saw Justin Bieber turn into a giant reptile.
In simple terms, there is a predator race.
Allegations true that you are secretly a lizard? I'm gonna have to go with no.
Ted, this is bollocks.
Nah, bro. They're shapeshifters.
She said she pulled its face off. Why would it need a mask if it could shapeshift?
Some of them are hybrids, bro.
Yeah, this is clearly going to be a mad one. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
A lot of conspiracy theories claim there's some secret shadowy force clandestinely controlling world events.
Yep.
But who exactly is pulling the strings? The Freemasons? The Illuminati? To a small but vocal group, the culprits are lizards, extraterrestrial iguana-like creatures that eat people.
They're feeding off humanity. They've turned humanity into a slave race. They demand human sacrifice.
One small 2013 survey estimated around 4% of Americans believe the Earth is ruled by evil reptilians. And if you've personally never seen any lizard people walking around, well, that's because, as the theory goes, these aliens are shapeshifters.
Told you, bro. The Illuminati are reptilians. They feed off negative human energy.
You know, I never thought I'd say this to anyone, but you've smoked entirely too much reefer.
A former sports announcer from the UK is the granddaddy of today's reptilian lore. After declaring himself the son of God on television in 1991, Ike became a prolific writer on conspiracy theories and otherworldly topics. He introduced his version of the reptilian conspiracy in the 90s.
This extraterrestrial race interbred with humanity, creating hybrid bloodlines.
He said he's the son of God.
It was taken out of context, bro.
Well, now, let me get the story right. The press claim that you claim to be the son of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, you see, the thing is that it's quite funny, really. I'm delighted that there's so much laughter in the audience tonight.
They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
Fine.
Ted, this guy's a nutter.
Nah, bro. They just didn't let him finish.
Do you claim to be the son of God? Because Terry Wogan said to you on the Wogan show, you claim to be the son of God, and you said yes.
Well, I am, yes, I'm saying that. But what I'm saying is we're all the children of God. But some people come to earth, Jesus was one, there were many more before him, who are actually part of the soul of the Godhead.
Ted, this is nonsense.
Look, bro, there's proof of reptilians.
Lizard hunters scour images of famous people, looking for moments when they accidentally drop their human disguises.
Two bottom teeth remind me of snake teeth.
Like, look at how the face, like, lays on the head. What? This shit looks like, whoa, what the
See the neck? See the ridges, the bone that comes all the way across, stops here.
That's how much Bill Gates is a reptilian. He was just shape-shifting, growing a big-ass long tail.
Ted, these guys are nuts.
Trust me, bro. They're onto something.
Yeah, crack.
The first lizard conspiracy death was probably the 1999 murder of Gurley Chu Hasenkopf, a New Mexico bank teller.
To this day, her body has not been found.
Her estranged husband, Diesen Hasenkopf, and his new girlfriend were actually pro-reptilian, allegedly believing they'd be rewarded if they helped the aliens enslave humanity. Part of proving they were worthy involved killing Gurley Chu.
When you decide you're going to commit murder, you decide that you're going to trade your life for theirs. I did that.
The two killers, who were sentenced to life in prison, met at a David Icke conference.
Fucking hell, mate. This is starting to feel a bit culty.
It's because of Sherry Shriner, bro. She took it a bit too far.
Sherry Shriner was one of the most popular online reptile sleuths.
Poor woman who lives in the backwoods of Ohio, trying to save mankind, kill off the aliens.
But Shriner didn't just analyze celebrity faces. She was also a prophet of doom, an apocalyptic preacher spreading the reptile gospel to an audience of tens of thousands through platforms like Facebook and YouTube.
Look at YouTube, type in reptilian humans or reptilian shapeshifters or cloned humans, stuff I've been hammering about for over a decade.
According to her, not only were actors and world leaders secret serpents, but most humans, including your own friends and family, could not be trusted.
Most of the people we're looking at are fake. Out of every 4 humans, only 1 is real, has real human DNA.
Maybe the first sign that something was wrong was the death of Kelly Pengilly in 2012. The 22-year-old died of an apparent suicide, seeming to believe her demise would somehow aid Shriner's cosmic war against evil. Pengilly's loved ones blamed Shriner for their loss.
This is 100% a cult.
It's not a cult, bro. They were just crazy.
Things would really come to a head 5 years later in 2017, when one of Shriner's followers killed another.
911, where's your emergency?
He grabbed me and he told me, you press this trigger. Oh my God! He's dead!
Damn.
He's dead!
The woman convicted of what some called a cult murder is sentenced in Monroe County today.
I mean, it's crazy that they're saying this stuff about me. Reptilian man killer.
It all started when Shriner turned on Barbara Rogers, a follower.
She started calling me a reptile. She started attacking me because I wasn't worshiping her the way everybody else was. That's what she wanted, was worship.
This created a rift between Rogers and boyfriend Stephen Mineo, a major devotee of Shriner's.
Sherry Shriner really fucked my head up. I've been supporting her for 14 years. I had suicidal thoughts. I felt like killing myself over this.
On July 15, 2017, Rogers killed Mineo with his own gun.
He took the gun and started putting it into my hand. He goes, here, take it, point it at me. Point it. He just starts grabbing it, saying, put it in my hand. And he goes, point it at me and shoot it right now.
Rogers claimed Mineo wanted to kill himself and had dragged her into his suicidal moment. She was convicted of third-degree murder and sentenced to 15 to 40 years in prison.
Damn. This was just a one-off case, bro.
I doubt it.
Isaiah Gentry, an Arizona teen who stabbed his dad in 2020.
Police say Gentry told them he tried to kill his father because a, quote, shape-shifting reptile had taken over.
Or Bucky Wolf, who in 2019 claimed God told him his brother was turning into a lizard.
A 26-year-old Seattle man is in jail after prosecutors say he killed his brother Sunday night, stabbing him in the head with a sword.
Fucking hell.
Or Anthony Quinn Warner, who in 2020 set off a bomb in Nashville, Tennessee on Christmas Day, killing himself and injuring 8 others. Days before the bombing, he sent packages and letters to friends explaining his belief in lizard conspiracy theories.
Have I got to start sleeping with one eye open?
Nah, bro. This was just a few crazy people.
Mate, the geezer running it thinks he's the son of God.
Shitloads of people following, bro. They can't all be crazy.
Ike, these days, does these global speaking tours to thousands and thousands of people. He sells tons and tons of books, he makes documentaries, and appears on pretty big podcasts. He's basically our British knockoff version of Alex Jones.
Hey, no, wait, turn up. The field have always controlled the medic.
Told you, bro. Loads of people go to see him.
There was probably about 7 people there. What the fuck?
Told you, bro. The revolution's coming.
Vacuum. Vacuum. Stand back, stand back. Vacuum. Yeah, he's going to move, he's going to move. People asking you to move.
To think that people used to laugh at me in the street once. Speak your truth and the world comes to you. Whoa, what a sight! I have dreamed of moments like this.
Can't believe there were so many people there.
People are waking up, bro.
I grew up on a council estate in Leicester where people didn't expect much more than go and work in a factory if they could get a job, because there were factories in those days. I never accepted that. I wanted to be a footballer. People said, oh, you never be a footballer. How many people are footballers? I said, I'm going to be a footballer. I played a whole year of league football with rheumatoid arthritis. That's a whole story in itself. I was in agony, and I played the season out, and eventually it got so bad that I couldn't carry on. In early 1990, I was working for the BBC, and I was staying at a hotel called the Kensington Hilton. I came back to the room, and I sat on the side of the bed. There was such a sense of a presence there, and I actually said into the room, if there's something there, would you please contact me, because you'll drive me up the wall. Few days later, I go into this newsagent shop, and all I heard, it wasn't a voice, it was a very strong thought form. It said, go and look at the books on the far side. I start walking across to the books in a daze, in total bewilderment. So I'm thinking, what am I going over here for? But right in the middle of these books was this one called Mind to Mind by a woman called Betty Shiner, and I saw the word psychic.
Ted, this guy seems like a grifter.
He's pretty good at predicting the future, bro.
What I've been saying now, way back in the 1990s, the idea is for this Third World War to involve Russia and China against the West. Yeah. A close aide of President Putin, who has special responsibility for Ukraine, has actually said this week that the United States is preparing for a war against Russia through Ukraine. It's a setup, and it's a setup to attempt to trigger World War III. World wars change worlds, and if you have a global agenda, then global problems allow you to offer global solutions. And if you look how the world was transformed by the First World War and the Second World War, the world was a completely different place after both of those wars. And the idea all along has been to have a Third World War to complete the transformation into a global state with a world government and a world army dictating to the global population. It's part of this long-term plan to take over the world by creating enormous chaos to which they can offer the order out of the chaos, their order, their new world order.
That interview was in 2014, bro.
Yeah, that was pretty on point.
If you don't see what's going on and refuse to cooperate with it, by very little time from now, you, your kids and grandkids are going to be living in a global fascist dictatorship of total 24-hour surveillance control.
Yep.
It all comes down in the end terms of these society-controlling institutions to what I call the global cult, which is a global network of secret societies and semi-secret groups with ultimately, if you go deep enough in the rabbit hole, a mission control, a central organizational center. This explains why countries tend to respond to the same kind of situations in extraordinarily the same way. The thing is, if you're talking about control and the need to control, then you look at society as it's structured, and control is overwhelmingly dictated by money.
Yep.
Who has it and who doesn't. And if you look at a definition of freedom, well, it's choice. The more choices you can make, the freer you are. The fewer choices you can make, the less free you are.
Who's mission control for the Illuminati, then?
The Bilderberg Group, bro.
Politicians, some journalists who have a golden rule: you don't report what happened at the Bilderberg meeting. These are military people, intelligence people, many heads of major global corporations. And what the Bilderberg Group is a way of bringing these people together to form a common policy. And many of the people, most of the people that turn up have no idea what the big goal is. And a lot of these people come and go, and are never seen again. They're just useful in a short space of time. But then you have others like David Rockefeller, who has been involved in the Bilderberg Group from the start. Henry Kissinger, the same. These people span the whole period of the group's existence.
Couldn't we say that they were or are just some sort of a lobby group that are protecting their interests?
A lobby group for what is the question I would have. Is this not a lobby group for a certain company? Even a lobby group for a certain government? Why is it that for years it was even denied the Bilderberg Group even existed? They are a global elite which were to push human society into the direction of a global tyranny that would have made George Orwell wince.
The Bilderberg Group is sketchy as fuck, but I don't make them all lizards.
It's not just them, bro. It's the hybrids too.
The reptilian hybrids have been known to shapeshift temporarily into their reptilian form. So that's happened with 3 of them whom I know about. One of them, a beautiful hybrid living in England, her name is Charmaine. The way that she got confirmation that she is a hybrid was having an encounter with some of her reptilian extraterrestrials, and she has encounters with other types as well, and genetics from other types. But in one encounter when she was about age 27 with her reptilian extraterrestrials, they helped her to shapeshift into her total, pure reptilian form.
And she can do that, goes back and forth?
And she can go back and forth as she pleases. Mostly she's human.
Yeah.
And but when she shapeshifted into her reptilian form, she was absolutely delighted. Now, most of us might be rather horrified at the thought, but she was delighted because she had always felt some reptilian in her.
Identifying as a lizard don't make you a lizard.
Come on, bro. She actually shapeshifted.
We interviewed 8 people who we truly believe are ET human hybrids who are living here on Earth with us. And these are wonderful people, excellent people. We are just thrilled to know. So each of these hybrids was born here on Earth from a human mother and human father, but they were influenced to be hybrids in various ways. Each has a slightly different understanding of how they were created to be a hybrid. So some of them were created when they were normally in their mother's wombs, and the mother received injections from certain extraterrestrials, and the injections had in them various ET genetics. So that formed the fetus in the womb to be a hybrid, and in each case, these hybrids were born the normal way that we humans do birth procedures.
Who is this woman, Ted?
She's Barbara Lamb, bro. We should do an episode on alien abductions.
All our subjects come from you guys, so if there's anything you want us to cover, let us know in the comments.
When you think you're a victim, the victim vibe goes out, the victim circumstance goes in. When you say, hey, I'm not a victim, I'm in control of my life, I've created these circumstances I don't like, therefore I can create circumstances I do. At that point, the victim mentality's gone. Victim circumstances stop being attracted, and suddenly people come into your life who are just the people you need to get you out of the circumstances you don't like. And if you don't realize what's happening, and most of us don't at the time, we say, oh my poor mate, I was so lucky. This fella came into my life at just the right time, this person, I couldn't believe it. Amazing luck. No. You pulled them in because your state of being had changed and you synced with what you needed to get out of that situation. We are so in control of our destiny, it's unbelievable. And yet billions are persuaded they're not, and therefore they create a very different reality. If we're in fear, we can attract a reflection of fear. But when we emit love, we create a very different energy, therefore we create a very different reality.
I actually think everything he said there is true.
I knew as soon as he talked about simulation theory, you'd start listening.
Royal family, British royal family, Dutch royal family, all that stuff, all major players in this. So what do the gods get out of it? I take you back to the first Matrix movie, and the Morpheus character holds up a battery and he says, the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world designed to turn humans into one of these, a battery. These, quote, gods, these entities are feeding off human energy, but it's a particular type of human energy. Every time we feel emotion, every time we think, we're generating frequencies. And those frequencies, in terms of what the frequencies are, relate to the nature of the emotion and the nature of the thought. And scientists have worked out what these frequencies are for different emotions, right? These entities, by their very nature, are very low vibrational in nature, because anyone that wants to impose their will and manipulate and cause suffering and war and death and destruction is in a very low vibrational state. And if they're going to feed off human energy, they can only feed off it if we are delivering it within the band of frequency they can absorb.
We could be in a simulation, but why would someone put lizards in charge of it?
They made the simulation, bro.
Other beliefs and religious beliefs talk about the Ouroboros, which is the snake eating its own tail, which is symbolic of this limit, this ring past not. And so it becomes clear to me that the trap is much bigger than just the manipulation of this reality that we call the human world. Goes beyond that, well beyond that. So you come into this world to learn lessons, but what happens? You suffer from emotional and mental traumas and challenges. It pulls you into depression, into anxiety, fear, the four-letter word that controls the world, and if actually controls the simulation in all its forms.
No, I refuse to believe all of this is for feeding a bunch of lizards.
Why do you think there's a reptile in every creation myth, bro?
In the United Kingdom, an estimated 112,853 children are reported missing every year. In the United States, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing every year.
In the human realm, we have what I call the global cult, which is a global network of secret societies, which at its core is interacting with these entities. And a lot of the children end up in these underground bases. And let's just say these entities use them as food and leave it at that in people's imagination.
Ted, this guy's telling stories to sell books.
Nah, bro. That's what they do at Bohemian Grove.
There are entities just outside of human sight which are feeding off low vibrational human energy. It's their sustenance, it's their energetic source. So what they've done is created a world, which I say is a simulation, which is manipulating human perceptual emotional states into low vibrational frequency states. None of this stuff that's going on today has just begun. So it had to be going on way back in what we call history. And therefore I thought the ancients must have mentioned it. And of course, they didn't just mention it, they practiced it. You take a child, or you take an adult, because they sacrifice adults as well, and you put them in this terrifying situation where they're surrounded by these people in robes and hoods, and there's candles and colors and chants and all this stuff. The entity is drawing off the energy of the child. I've not just heard this once or twice. I've not just heard this in the West. I've heard this all over the world.
You said that owl at Bohemian Grove was Moloch, who is also a bull, and now he's a simulation lizard.
They make him an owl and a bull so we don't realise he's actually a lizard.
You need to start thinking before you speak.
Most of the globe is under a capitalist system.
No, it's not. They're a cartelist system. They are cult companies. They were created with cult money, which was limitless. And so what happens is they are built up to become monopolies. And in their developmental period, they are allowed to lose loads of money. Look at Amazon, for goodness sake. Loads of money year after year. Phenomenal amounts of money. Because they're building a monopoly. And they are competing against other companies. You could call them genuinely capitalist companies that have entrepreneurs that are using their creativity. But those other companies they're competing with do have to watch the bottom line. They can't go on losing money year on year on year. And so they are under a tremendous disadvantage to these coal companies that have limitless cash flow.
You know he's right, bro.
Yeah, but even a broken clock's right twice a day.
The end game is to connect artificial intelligence to the human brain and the human senses so that our perceptions come direct. And this is not me sitting here pulling it out of the ether. These are the words of people like Ray Kurzweil, the Google executive and so-called futurist. And Ray Kurzweil said that by 2030, which is a big year for them, so many things come into 2030, artificial intelligence will be attached to the human brain and will do, from that point, more and more human thinking until human thinking is basically negligible. The connection of AI to the human brain is nanotechnology. If you want to connect the human, a human body, everybody, to the cloud, then you have to have the cloud on every inch of the planet. Now, you can put up your towers everywhere and you can you can do the urban areas and what have you, but you can't do every inch of the planet. To do that, you need low orbit satellites. People are starting to see this now. And the cameras going up everywhere. Well, the cameras are not going up for you, Les. I mean, in part they are, of course. They're going up to police these 15-minute communities where eventually you'll only be allowed out with permission.
We're not all going to have to connect to an AI cloud, mate. But the 15-minute cities are definitely something to worry about.
We won't have a choice, bro. There's nanotechnology in the dust from cloud seeding.
Look up IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. Write down 802.15.6. You know what that number is? That's the network code. That's y'all code that they tap into. 802.154, 802.155, and 802.156. They adhere to you using smart dust, chemtrails. Any of y'all got cars? It's a clear day. You look at your windshield. You're like, what's all this stuff on my windshield? It won't come off. They adhere to you using smart dust and proceed to electrify the air molecules, conjuring a wireless sensor network. Networks of spatially dispersed and dedicated sensors are formed, and in a surprising twist, the towers aren't managing the networks. Your DNA is. Thanks to the enigmatic power of optogenetics. Look at the diagram.
We know the tech exists, bro. What makes you think we're not using it?
I'll find out where that diagram came from before getting too worried, mate.
I'm creating glasses that give you superhuman memory. Let me show you. So this is the frame. It's a pair of smart glasses that I programmed to do one simple thing, and that is take a photo of what I'm looking at every 15 minutes so I can make an AI that knows everything about my life. And the result looks something like this, a timeline of my entire life with AI written descriptions about every single moment. My brain is now searchable. So let's say I've been trying to remember the name of this cool restaurant I went to 2 weeks ago. I can just ask this AI, it's gonna search through all of my memories, and it's going to give me an answer. It even has the photo of the exact moment when I was inside that restaurant. That is freaking cool. Now imagine having access to this technology if you have Alzheimer's, or if you're like me and you forget everything. Superhuman memory is possible. You just gotta wear glasses all the time and give me all of your data.
See? They just want your data, bro.
He's joking, Ted. I actually think this could really benefit some people.
You're crazy, bro. They're trying to turn us into cyborgs. But we'll have to save that for next time. Let's watch Bluebeam, bro.
This was the first episode where we showed our house and the new intro. That fucking TV guy is still laying outside.
You can bury him. It's showtime.
The Pentagon released its report on UFO sightings today, saying an additional 366 sightings have been investigated since 2021.
This morning, questions after more unidentified objects are discovered over U.S. and Canadian airspace. According to a senior administration official, this latest object was in the shape of an octagon, unmanned, and traveling near sensitive sites at an altitude of 20,000 feet.
What's happening? It's Project Bluebeam, bro.
Calm down, mate. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only.
Project Bluebeam. By far the scariest years we may see. This conspiracy achieved its status in 1994 by a book that was written by Serge Monast. In the book, the writer describes how the United Nations, in collaboration with NASA's technology, will unite the whole world under a new false religion.
Yep.
But how? There will be, supposedly, an alien invasion, which is all part of the whole show, of course. And one day, a hero, a god, will come from the skies and destroy these aliens. And us, human beings, we will not believe our own eyes and start to worship this god. Whatever this god orders will happen.
Told you, bro.
This is called the Project Bluebeam. If this happens, this is the Dajjal, the Antichrist. Be prepared.
There's no way people are going to be tricked by a hologram.
They already have, bro.
This is the first time you guys are seeing our house. We've been trying to tidy it up for ages.
It is tidy, bro.
You left that TV license guy laying outside.
I told him not to come back, bro.
Yeah, but you should have dealt with it by now.
Fuck that guy, bro.
Alright, come on, play the next video.
1994 book Project Bluebeam, investigative journalist Serge Monast writes that the United Nations, NASA, and other government agencies have been working in secret since 1983 on a top-secret operation called Project Bluebeam. The purpose? To pave the way for a global government by fooling people into thinking it's the end of the world. First, the global elite will fake an alien invasion, convincing the world that aliens are planning to take over major cities across the globe. Second, religious populations will be treated to a rapture or fulfillment of their religion's prophecies. This will all be fake, conducted through the use of large-scale holograms and microchips hidden within most modern electronics.
In 2024, a global event will alter the course of mankind's future. The world will stand witness to a massive alien invasion. Thousands of projected holographic alien warships will blanket the skies, sending people into a global panic.
Once the various nations of the world topple under the mass of civil unrest and panic, the New World Order will assert itself, and the people of the world, desperate for any sort of authority, will accept its rule.
Told you, bro. He said 2024.
Ted, this guy stole a story from the Twilight Zone.
There was a Twilight Zone episode like this in which scientists fake an alien threat in order to achieve world peace. Serious proposal, which is that we have to get a bunch of scientists to tell us that we're facing a threatened alien invasion. And in order to be prepared for that alien invasion, we have to do things like build high-speed rail and...
See? It's bollocks.
Then why did the government fuck with him so much?
Serge Monast. He was a Canadian investigative journalist, essayist, poet, and also a conspiracy theorist. During the 1990s, he started to publicly talk about topics like New World Order and also the secret societies. Both of the kids of Serge Monast were homeschooled by him, but in 1996, the authorities came into his house and took away both of his kids, made them wards of the state, and made them go to a public school. I quote that the parents were abusing the kids emotionally by stopping the children going to a state school. I mean, since when homeschooling is emotional abusement towards children? This is more than weird, and in my opinion, this act was to show their power and abilities, like, you know, we can do whatever we want with your family and closest people if you won't shut up, you know? What is more, things get even crazier. After they took away the kids, they took Serge Monast to a jail. So he stayed in a jail for a night, and the next day when he returned back home after the jail, he suddenly dies from a heart attack. Like, he was over his 40s, closer to 50s, and he didn't have any heart diseases. I don't know how about you guys, but I think it's suspicious.
That could have just been a coincidence.
Come on, bro. They hit him with the heart attack gun.
So it looks like we're about to see the start of the next PSYOP, guys. Do not be fooled. Do not be fooled by all the reports that you're seeing of alien sightings, UFO sightings, jets being scrambled. This is all another PSYOP. It's another part of the movie that they're showing us in order to shoehorn us into doing things that we wouldn't normally want to do. So governments can play the savior in this fake alien invasion, but in order for them to do that, there will have to be more restrictions on our freedoms, probably a digital currency and a social credit score as well. They're getting desperate now and they're using all kinds of tactics. Project Bluebeam, go and research it. This has been known for many years from alternative researchers that they're going to do this. So don't be fooled by all the UFO BS that you're going to see in the next few months.
It's already happening, bro.
Ted, a couple of guys saying it on the internet don't make it true.
Message!
While the mainstream media has only just started taking these events seriously and conditioning the masses, it's no secret that world governments have been taking these events very seriously for years. Whether they are trying to make psychic spies or track unidentified flying objects, governments have a history of trying to hunt down the truth behind the bizarre sightings and events reported each year. In recent days, we've had reports of UFOs all over the world. On February the 2nd, the Chinese balloon was spotted, and on February the 4th, it was shot down. Then, 6 days later, a UFO was shot down over Alaska.
Watch this, bro.
Like what? Black what?
Lunatics.
Could we have shot down an extraterrestrial craft?
And the very next day, on February the 11th, a UFO was shot down over Canada. And in recent days, we've had UFOs appear all over China and Uruguay. On February the 12th, a UFO was shot down over Lake Huron. While the mainstream media has only just started taking these events seriously and conditioning the masses, it's no secret that world governments have been taking these events very seriously for years.
It's crazy they just shoot them down. They want to go and travel space, but they just shoot anything they come across.
It's probably fake, bro. They're just getting us ready.
At the direction of the President of the United States, fighter aircraft assigned to U.S. Northern Command successfully took down a high-altitude airborne object off the northern coast of Alaska at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today, within U.S. sovereign airspace over U.S. territorial.
Bullshit.
On February 9, North American Aerospace Defense Command detected an object on ground radar and further investigated and identified the object using fighter aircraft. The object was flying at an altitude of 40,000 feet and posed a reasonable threat to the safety of civilian flight. U.S. Northern Command is beginning recovery operations now. U.S. Northern Command's Alaska Command coordinated the operation with assistance from the Alaska Air National Guard, Federal Aviation Administration, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We have no further details about the object at this time, including any description of its capabilities, purpose, or origin. The object was about the size of a small car, so not similar in size or shape to the high-altitude surveillance balloon that was taken down off the coast of South Carolina on February 4.
What if they did shoot something down?
It's bullshit, bro. The pilots can't even get their story straight.
This is kind of unusual that these pilots saw different things, and that is sort of, I guess, adding to the mystery of all this.
Yeah, not even the pilots apparently were really able to identify what they saw. And just to take you back for a sec, on Thursday, the U.S. defense officials sent F-35 fighter jets up to try to figure out what this object was that was flying around near Alaska. Those pilots, we have learned, have given very conflicting accounts of what they actually experienced, with some pilots saying that the object interfered with the plane's sensors, other pilots saying that they didn't really experience that, other pilots saying that when they looked at the object, they could identify no identifiable propulsion system, and they did not know how it was actually staying in the air.
Can't believe they're talking about this on the news.
Exactly, bro. This is just the first stage.
Have you ever been hungry and can't be fucked to cook?
Wait, what the fuck is this?
You got a video sponsor, mate. It's only short.
No one wants to see you make a fucking casserole, bro.
They're gonna pay us a shitload, and we really need the money.
Nah, fuck that, bro. It's showtime.
Oh shit, Ted, these look dope.
Yeah, bro. That's some high quality shit.
Yeah, you smashed it, mate.
Yeah, bro. We got mugs and prints too.
Yeah, and we've also launched channel memberships.
We got an extra episode every week, live streams, and a monthly Zoom hangout with us.
Don't worry, we're still releasing an episode every week as standard, but we've got an extra episode for members and some behind the scenes on how we shoot and build our dioramas.
Look at that shit, bro.
For special episodes, we're building dioramas for different video themes, so when we do an episode on the moon, we'll be on the moon.
The moon ain't real, bro.
We don't want to exclude people by having a bunch of different levels of membership, so the mid-level just gets everything. But if you're not interested in all the extras, there's a cheaper option for that.
We're allowed to give away 30 memberships a month, so get in touch and we'll hook you up.
We're also giving away a free shirt in every episode using a random comment pickup. So leave a comment and we'll announce the winner in the next episode. We're really excited to finally show you guys our house. We've been working non-stop to get it ready.
We did have that one light off, bro.
Who is this? This is Samson, Smarty Pants. Operator with an emergency breakthrough from your Samson and Sheila. Mama felt. Shut up, bitch. You tell Mr.
Feel anything?
Nah, not yet, mate. What about you, Ted?
Yeah, bro. I'm fucked up.
Alright, I'll tell him.
Yeah, we can't show that, Ted. It got out of hand. Let's get back to the video.
There's going to be some information I think we're going to get in the next couple of years. If you listen to talk radio, especially to Coast AM, they're all talking about the fact that, you know, we're going to get this information, declassify the information.
But do you think the American public or the world public is ready for something like that? Because it challenges everything they know. If there is life out of there, we're supposed to be the only intelligent life because God created us. Then it brings into question God.
I really think the public will accept this. There's going to be a lot of far religious groups that are going to have problems with this. They're destigmatizing this is what they're doing. And I found that interesting in that report that was just re-released last month.
They're gonna create a new religion, bro.
I think you're underestimating people's faith.
Yo, I seriously feel like something really big is coming. I know I show you guys all the stuff that's going on and everything else, but I had this really, really weird feeling. Did y'all see her dress at this VMA or whatever it is? Tell me why she has UFOs on the dress, even in her tour. And I'm sure you're asking yourself, why is this such a big thing? Every major event this year has had aliens, UFOs, or grays. We just had the Olympics, and we had all these grays performing behind this mantis, and mantis again was known by the ancient tribes to always show up with grays, and I mean everywhere. And we had the aliens at the Super Bowl. Dorn, it's my video. It's like every single major entertainment source is all showing us UFOs and aliens. Why? What happens when this kind of stuff is usually shown over and over again? Think about it. I wonder, I feel like they're kind of trying to show us, you know, the future. Oh, and I forgot the Miami incident right when the year started. And then right after the eclipse, we had these black shadows flying by the sun. Yeah, so sorry, but I don't think this is an accident. Either anything else that we've seen.
Told you, bro. The Illuminati have been planning this for years.
It's probably just a trend, people copying each other.
They do it with films too, bro.
You believe, in part, that the movies E.T., Close Encounters of the Third Kind, were not entirely just the creative products of some Hollywood director, that maybe there's more to that. Why don't you explain?
They were carefully guided by representatives from MJ12, who is this organization that is in charge of the cover-up, in order to get us ready for the release of the information that there are indeed aliens. And in both those movies, they used small little creatures and in order to get us ready for this release of information.
To prepare us that the idea of benevolent aliens from outer space are going to help us out.
Unfortunately, they're not so benevolent. So they made probably one of the most disastrous mistakes when E.T. was put out. At that time was before we discovered what I call the double cross or the grand deception. And they were trying to get us used to the benevolent little creatures, but that isn't the case.
Maybe it'll be like Mars Attacks.
Come on, bro. It's gonna be a fake god.
At the time, skeptics had several issues with this conspiracy theory. First and foremost, the technology required to inundate the world with realistic visions of aliens and messiahs simply didn't exist in the early 1990s. But fast forward to our present age, and all of the futuristic tech that Mr. Monos spoke about has been rolled out by the elite in recent years. There is no doubt that the global elite have the technology to pull off the con.
Yep.
US Air Force planners brainstorming on the best way to achieve a bloodless coup in Iraq proposed creating a giant hologram that would appear to be Allah commanding Iraqis to overthrow Saddam Hussein. This plan was never implemented, but the fact it was even considered at such a high level proves that the technology exists. Microchips, holograms, electromagnetic waves for telepathic communication. It's uncanny how everything Monos wrote about in 1994 has been rolled out by the World Economic Forum in the last couple of years.
See? The technology exists, bro.
It was probably some lunatic general just ordered it and then got told it couldn't be done.
What about the voice of God weapon, bro?
The voice of God weapon, a device that projects voices into your head, make you think that God is speaking to you, is the military's equivalent of an urban myth, meaning it's mentioned periodically at defense workshops. Ironically, ladies and gentlemen, this thing actually exists. The voice of God is a weapon that had been developed, according to this article, a government workshop some time ago. I heard someone describe a new tool, the voice of Allah. This was said to be the device that would operate at a distance and would deliver a message that only a single person could hear. The story was that it was tested in conflict situations in Iraq and pointed at insurgent groups who would whip around looking in all directions and began heated conversations with the compatriots who did not hear the message. At the same time, this was greeted with some skepticism. So is this real? Is there any basis for this technology? The Holisonic Research Lab, the American Technological Corporation, both have versions of directed sound, which can allow a single person to hear a message and that others around them do not hear. DARPA appears to be working on its own sonic projector. Intriguingly, Strategy Page reports that troops are using long-range acoustic devices as a modified voice of God weapon.
I guess Tesla was working on a death ray.
Let's do an episode on Tesla, bro.
Yeah, if you want to see an episode on Nikola Tesla, let us know in the comments.
If enough people believe that something is real, then it is real in its effects.
In social reality.
In terms of the social reality, in terms of what people act according to their beliefs.
Yeah.
And that opens a question of, really at two levels, perhaps something that we are creating ourselves, and perhaps a series of images that we are projecting. I think Carl Jung came very close to expressing that idea in one of his books. Or could it be manipulated purposely by people who have the technology to simulate UFO sightings? And people say, well, of course not. Who would do a thing like that? Well, I would remind you that during the Watergate investigation, it was discovered that there was a plan originated in the White House to surface a submarine off the coast of Cuba and paint the second coming of Christ over the island of Cuba using holograms. And which is well within our technology today. The idea was that since there is a large Catholic population in Cuba, they would be so upset by this vision that this would saturate the communication channels, the telephone system in Cuba, long enough for an invasion to take place.
How interesting. I'd never heard of that.
Well, I think that's a classic in psychological warfare, but that kind of manipulation is well understood. And I have personally investigated several apparently genuine UFO cases where there was, in fact, my conclusion, the conclusion of scientists working with me, was that there was, in fact, a manipulation taking place and that it was not a hoax on the part of the witnesses, but a hoax on the part of somebody much better organized than them.
So there are possibly all of these levels going on simultaneously.
Today, with the current technology, that would be possible.
I've seen holograms. No one's going to think they're real.
Look at this, Ben. Look at that shit, bro.
It's impressive, but it still don't look real.
If this is what they show to the public, imagine what they really have.
Pretty sure this is augmented reality.
Nah, bro, they're looking at it.
He's looking at the screen, mate. See, they don't watch it walk away, they're watching a screen.
You're wrong, bro.
They didn't even turn and look at a rhino walking up. Come on, mate, that was clearly augmented reality.
What about this one?
They were screens, mate.
How did it break out the screen then?
That's why they filmed it from the corner. It's the only place the perspective is correct.
What you're seeing here is Project Bluebeam, high-level advanced holographic projection. You could say in 4D, You can't touch them, but they seem very lifelike, very real. And this is in a stadium. Everyone's filming it. You can see it right there. I think China, for the new year, had the dragons go around the big tower. I'll try and find that clip at some point. But for those of you who are not aware, this is the type of technology that they're releasing on the public now. Imagine what the military and the government have. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to do a hoax or some sort of wild hoax to scare us into giving up our freedoms and security. And they'll protect us as long as we release our freedoms and our rights. And they'll have more control and more surveillance over us. So we'll have much more of an Orwellian society. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And if you like this video, subscribe and I will make more for you.
The majority of people are watching it with their eyes, bro. Not through a phone.
Yeah, what the fuck was that? I'm gonna have to spray something in the air to make it work.
Yeah, they sprayed plenty of shit in the sky, bro.
Wow, look at that. It looks angry.
I told you, bro. Imagine how real they can make it look.
I don't understand how people can see it without looking through their phone.
They're testing it out, bro.
They ain't gonna fool anyone.
In the right setting it could, bro.
As crazy as that is, I still don't think people are gonna believe it.
All it'll take is one person to start screaming, bro, and then they'll all run.
This is a full 2.5 minute long video of this strange object falling. You can see it looks like an arm right there. It starts to show weird shapes, weird lighting, and I believe this video is stabilized. I'm still looking into the source of it and who took it, but perhaps we were supposed to see this. Perhaps they are letting us know exactly what is coming next. Are they that brazen about it? Are they willing to risk everything just to try to brag in our faces? We know there is a quadrum of people. They're trying to push things that cause our brains to be subservient. They don't want us to be able to do things on our own. We have to be unified under their flag. They want to have that control. They want a cult rather than our own religious beliefs. It's a scary thing to think about, but this is very real, and I assure you, you need to be watching out for it.
That thing was just up in the sky for 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, bro. I'm pretty sure they were cloud seeding that day.
Fucking hell, that's crazy.
Looks pretty real, bro.
It's incredible. Looks like they look up at it.
Yeah, bro. It's not augmented reality. More aliens, bro.
I think they were just really impressive screens.
What about the ones sticking out the top of the buildings?
Yeah, true, I ain't got any idea.
Damn.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Look at that shit, bro. They got it from multiple angles.
Fucking hell, it's terrifying.
See? They wonderfy the weather too, people don't believe it.
That's crazy. Isn't this meant to be an alien invasion though?
There's been shitloads of UFO sightings too, bro. That one could have been real, bro.
There would have been more videos if it was over a city that big.
Yo, I've never seen nothing like that.
Everyone can see that, bro.
Yo, I thought I was bugging. When I was standing over there, I'm like, what is that? Why is the sky purple? And it's only there. Look, this way's not that far.
They're taking the piss actually using a blue beam.
Yeah, you're right. That one probably was a UFO.
I didn't believe it. I thought these freaking psychics were talking shit. It is September 14th, and we are being invaded. I'm getting messages from everybody that they're coming. Look up. Well, don't look up. I'm not looking up. I'm staying in the freaking house. I'm not going out. And all of you that said he's trapped in his basement, I'm not trapped. I'm forcing myself in here because I don't want to get eaten. And I just came from outside. There ain't shit we can do. There ain't shit we can do. It's a fucking wrap. Get your kids. Go hide. They're fucking here. What?
Chad, this guy's acting for TikTok.
Nah, bro. He's right.
If he weren't acting, why'd he look over his shoulder at the end? What's an alien coming through the fucking window?
Shut up, bro.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know how you're all saying UFOs don't exist, they're not real, aliens aren't real, none of this is fucking real, it's a fucking psyop because aliens don't exist? Well, the government has passed along a new handbook for all the police in the United States to abide and follow. Look, police across the United States given new UFO handbook as they warn craft pose a significant threat. Really? Really? Now you're deciding that these things are threatening? I can't go any further with this. UFOs are real. Obviously the government is confirming it to the point where they're passing out handbooks on how to fucking deal with them. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, that's crazy, but in the other video he was definitely playing up for the camera.
Bro, even Oxford University are in on it.
Well, there were two objects, one called Oumuamua that was discovered by astronomers in 2017, 7 years ago, and it was the size of a football field. It didn't arrive very close to Earth, but it passed near Earth. And most likely, based on the reflection of sunlight from it, it looked as if it's flat, pancake-shaped. And it was also pushed away from the sun by some mysterious force without evaporating, without any cometary tail. It was not a comet of the type that we are familiar with. And it's very mysterious. If there are objects out there, let's figure them out. The US government is reporting about incidents where military personnel see things they don't understand. That could be an embarrassment to the intelligence agencies if these objects are being produced by adversarial nations. But it would be much more significant if they represent an intelligent civilization beyond ours.
Does seem like everyone's talking about UFOs this year.
It's the UN and the WEF, bro.
The notorious globalist Henry Kissinger let the cat out of the bag about the plan in the late 70s. He wrote, "Today Americans would be outraged if UN troops entered Los Angeles to restore order. Tomorrow they will be grateful. This is especially true if they were told that there was an outside threat from beyond, whether real or promulgated, that threatened our very existence. It is then that all the peoples of the world will pledge with world leaders to deliver them from this evil. The one thing every man fears is the unknown. When presented with this scenario, individual rights will be willingly relinquished for the guarantee of their well-being granted to them by their world government." Kissinger wasn't the only insider in the late 70s speaking about how the elite will attempt to hijack humanity and brute force the world government upon them. Werner von Braun, the German and US aerospace engineer who worked on Operation Paperclip, confessed on his deathbed in 1977 that the global elites were planning to use terrorists and pandemics as false flags to manipulate and control the masses. Even more interestingly, von Braun said that the final false flag will be a fake alien invasion.
Henry Kissinger sounded like a fucking supervillain in that quote.
We gotta do an episode on Warner von Braun, bro. Especially what he had on his tombstone.
The World Economic Forum has penetrated governments all over the world, placing its own people in the highest offices in the land, in Canada, New Zealand, France and Brazil, to name just a few countries.
That we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Trudeau, and I would know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are for our actually young noble leaders of the World Economic Forum.
All these guys seem shady as fuck.
The WEF rule the world, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
We've only got time to watch 2 more. What's it gonna be?
Let's watch BlackRock, bro. People need to know.
Yeah, if you haven't seen this episode before, it's pretty crazy how much power they have.
BlackRock. So here we are.
There's an AI robot that controls more wealth than any country on Earth.
Now what they've decided is they want to own every single family home in our country.
They've jacked the price of real estate up by going in and just outbidding everybody.
In some cases, they bought up 90% of single-family homes in a given zip code.
They disclose that they have like 14 trillion.
The guy running BlackRock is really the president of the United States.
Yo, what's good? We're back with another one.
It's showtime.
I'm standing in front of the headquarters of a company that manages $10.6 trillion. That's more than half the United States GDP. Last time, I covered the shady consulting group McKinsey, and you guys asked for one thing. BlackRock. So here we are. BlackRock is the subject of a lot of speculation online.
There is a robot that controls more wealth than any country on Earth.
Really, the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink.
Yep.
They have stock in 95% of Fortune 500 companies, and they've been hired by governments across the world to help manage financial crises and even just conduct normal operations. That means that pretty much any time you interact with the economy, working, buying stuff, driving a car, going to the bank, anything, you're interacting with BlackRock. They profit off of every bit of your life while controlling just the minimum amount they need to make sure they can continue profiting off of every bit of your life. While they're not necessarily the ones making all the nitty-gritty decisions in every company, it is their influence and this giant structure of universal ownership that continues to make their pie bigger and ours smaller. We have something more like a shareholder oligarchy where the people with the most power over where our money and stuff goes are incentivized to make that stuff worse and more expensive and not work for us. And I think we deserve a better one, where the people who create the wealth have a say in where it goes.
I've never heard of BlackRock.
They own the entire world, bro.
Fucking hell. Remember, this is for entertainment purposes only. Kinda get the feeling I'm gonna have to say that a lot in this episode.
This photo has been circulating around the internet for a while now, but it shows how many of the companies that we think of as competing are owned by the same entities. Therefore, there is no real competition. However, this graphic is one that I'm more interested in because this shows the competing interests of housing, insurance companies, media companies, namely Fox, CNN, and MSNBC, who look like they are competing when in reality they are setting the material reality for all of us, because there is no free market whenever it is owned by so few entities.
Told you, bro. They own everything.
Yeah, there were a lot of companies on that list.
we went quite viral recently on TikTok for videos about BlackRock. What is BlackRock and how do they own everything?
Yeah, so BlackRock is an organization, it's a company publicly listed on NASDAQ that has tens of trillions of dollars of assets under management. They disclose that they have like 14 trillion, but that is only BlackRock. Then they own majority share in most of the companies in America, right? So they also have money and funneled through all those things as well. So what companies? They own Pfizer, they own Moderna, they own all the airlines, they own all the social networks. So when you see all this stuff, all this agenda kind of everybody working together, then you have to realize who actually owns it. This isn't a conspiracy. You go to Yahoo Finance, you go to top holders of all these shareholding companies, and you see BlackRock and Vanguard at the top. So you go to Amazon, for example, you go to Yahoo Finance, you go to Amazon, you go to the ticker of the stock, you go to top holders, and you realize Jeff Bezos ain't the biggest holder of Amazon. As you run these companies and these organizations publicly listed, you need to understand that people with money, they can come in and swoop your shit. BlackRock is one of those organizations. I made a video about it. It did quite well on the internet, and it's nothing new, right? It's not the only organization that kind of runs the game. You can talk about that segment and that department of kind of like the publicly traded companies. But now, which is the crazy part, dude, is BlackRock is starting to get into the Chinese market. So they're starting to branch out their tentacles outside of the North American market. It's quite scary. So, I mean, I think autonomy, sovereignty is kind of the most important thing that people should be focused on, which is how can I make enough to be self-reliant and not have to depend on the system, depend on greedy people, depend on these psychopath motherfuckers that are out here to literally take everything that you're worth with no remorse whatsoever because hey, it's just business. That's how they see it. People have been conquering lands, dude, for the longest time. You know, you see Genghis Khan, you see Alexander the Great, you see Julius Caesar. Dude, these were ruthless motherfuckers. These were killers. That's why they won. That's why they took over the game. So if you think that at the highest echelons of business, these guys aren't the same way, then you don't get the game.
Yeah, this sounds like a conspiracy.
It's true, bro. They had AI before anyone else.
What if I told you there's an AI robot that controls more wealth than any country on Earth? A robot so powerful that in the last 10 years it's created the biggest company in the world that they don't want you to know about. This AI is called Aladdin. It's Wall Street's best kept secret and it's gobbling up every asset class across every industry. Aladdin was created by, you guessed it, BlackRock. And it now controls over $21 trillion of our global economy. To give you an idea of how much money that is, the total physical cash held by everybody on the planet and every single company bank vault in the world is only $5 trillion. This one robot directs the actions of all the major banks and investment funds on Wall Street. Half of all the ETFs, 17% of the bond market, 10 out of global stock markets, and carries out 250,000 trades every day and billions of forecasts every week. Year after year, it's been hoovering up trillions of data points on every market, every company, every asset, and now even each one of us, what we buy, sell, and say, so that it knows what to buy and what to sell far better than any human being.
Now, how exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data.
So if the money forms the foundations to every civilization, and the data determines who the masters of the planet are, then what genie are we actually letting out of the bottle here?
AI's been around for a long time, it's just got better recently.
It's working like a motherfucker, bro. We only get the technology we're done with.
How much, Joe, have you looked at Larry Fink, Soros, State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock? How much have you looked at what they're doing and what their ties are?
I've looked at it.
They're pretty much running everything. S&P 500, the number that 88% of the companies on S&P 500, 88% of them, the largest shareholder of those companies is either State Street, BlackRock, or Vanguard. So why are these guys doing what they're doing? You have all the money in the world. You live in a $100 million house. Not you, Larry Fink and some of these guys. I don't know if he lives in a $100 million house, but you got the money to live in a $100 million. What else do you need?
Right.
You got nice cars. Jamie Dimon's got a $900 million art collection, according to an article. It's a nice art collection, right? You go to all the nice restaurants. You meet prime ministers. You meet presidents. And then maybe there comes a time when you're looking at a couple of these guys, they're presidents and prime ministers, and you tell yourself, I'd be a better president than you, bro. How the hell am I not reading the country? Or they tell themselves, you think you're a president? You're not a president, you work for me. What else is the motive? The point is control, is what I'm saying. So the motive becomes control more than money. After you have all the money in the world, what's next? We say we have a commander-in-chief, but really the commander-in-chief is Larry Fink today. The guy running BlackRock is really the president of the United States.
Who the fuck is Larry Fink?
He's the face of the Illuminati, bro.
For fuck's sake, Ted. Remember, entertainment purposes only.
This man is one of the most powerful people in all of finance. You've probably heard of the controversial money management company BlackRock, but not their founder. Larry Fink is the founder and CEO of BlackRock. Fink got his start by creating baskets of mortgages, car loans, and other forms of debt and selling them to institutions. This is the start to his massive empire. BlackRock was hired by the U.S. government to help with the 2008 bailout, hired by the U.S. government to help during the COVID-19 bond buying program, and just recently hired by Ukraine to help with the post-Russian Ukraine war rebuilding efforts. But this is where things get interesting. BlackRock has large stakes in the largest companies in the world. Therefore, they have tons of power when it comes to shareholder votes and board seats. Larry Fink essentially has massive influence in every large company in the world. Critics have said that Fink uses his influence to push his personal agenda, not better these companies.
How did this company get so big?
It was during the Great Recession, bro.
During the 2008 meltdown, when the government bailed out too big to fail giants like Bear Stearns, AIG, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, who did they hire to analyze and clean up the mess? Another giant financial firm by the name of BlackRock, led by a very well-connected billionaire by the name of Larry Fink. BlackRock was awarded these key government contracts to help with the meltdown with no competitive bidding while being enveloped in secrecy. Basically, Larry Fink was hired to be the manager of Washington's bailout of Wall Street, even though BlackRock is one of the biggest shareholders in the same banks they were helping to get bailed out, making Larry Fink the most powerful man in the post-bailout economy. Fast forward to the 2020 pandemic. Basically, they were bailing out corporations that had too much debt to withstand the pandemic. You guessed it, they went right back to BlackRock. Even though, again, the same corporations BlackRock was helping to bail out were the same corporations that they own some of the biggest stakes in.
Keep in mind though, these are just the top 10 holdings. The whole list, which the Fed has published on the New York Fed website, includes 794 companies. So yes, these are just the top 10 by holdings, but there are hundreds of other companies that could be part of the Fed's portfolio as well.
Larry Fink was the most powerful man in the post-bailout economy, and now he's arguably one of the most powerful men in the post-pandemic economy as well. And yet, despite all his considerable power, the general public has practically never heard of Larry Fink.
It's by design, bro.
Please, tread lightly, mate.
So we went through a deal. I'm like, let me see if these guys, this ESG, Larry Fink, Vanguard, State Street, if they have any influence on military contract, defense contracts.
Fuck.
If you Google the largest shareholder for Raytheon, 3 out of the 4 top shareholders of Raytheon, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. It could be top 3 with Raytheon, but I think it's 3 out of 4. If you go look up General Dynamics, if you go look up Boeing, if you go look up, Northrop Grumman, okay? And then you work backwards and you say, okay, how much money is that in what these guys are doing?
A lot, bro.
And when you look at these contracts, then you're like, okay, Fink is there, these guys are there. Okay, let's go look at Hollywood. Same thing you see there. Let's go look at pharmaceutical. Let's go look at this. And you're like, wait a minute. These guys essentially have a monopoly. These guys is more wars, more people dying, more profits, defense contractors, right? And they ended up having, I think they had 31 signers. I think end of 2022, they got 60 something signers for a total of $70 trillion of assets under management that they're controlling. So now they're controlling other places. And just recently, if you saw the rebuilding of Ukraine, did you see this contract? Rebuilding of Ukraine, $400 billion contract. BlackRock and Chase is helping rebuild Ukraine. And then, okay, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but what the hell is going on here?
World domination, bro.
Leave a comment on this video to win one of our shirts. We use a random comment picker at the end of every episode to select a winner.
If you guys want to support our channel, go grab some merch or become a member.
Our members only episodes drop every Wednesday night. Thanks so much to everyone who's already joined. Let's get back to the video.
BlackRock has done a deal with Zelensky to reconstruct Ukraine after the war. BlackRock is a top beneficial owner of shares in major arms manufacturers who are reaping immense profits from the war in Ukraine. We sell the weapons, and then when they need to rebuild Ukraine, guess who rebuilds it? Someone else? Not someone else. Us! And guess who funds it? Someone else? Yeah, someone else. Here's Hillary Clinton offering up economic opportunities in the aftermath of the illegal and devastating Iraq War.
Iraq has one of the largest customer bases in the entire Arab world.
Customer bases? They just had a war. This is one of the best customer bases. And what about all these children? Customers.
It's time for the United States to start thinking of Iraq as a business opportunity.
No one's thinking of Ukraine as a business opportunity, and to say that that's even a possibility makes you and me conspiracy theorists.
Can't believe she's talking about this like it's just business.
She's a reptilian, bro. They're cold-blooded.
She's not a lizard, mate. If you haven't seen it, check out our episode on reptilians. It's mad.
They own skunk works too, bro.
Let's start with Lockheed Skunk Works. Ben Rich was the head of the Lockheed Skunk Works and acknowledged towards the end of his period there that they had technologies that could, quote, take ET home. He also stated there are no private conversations anywhere on the earth, true, no matter what your encryption is. And also he said that anything you imagine, we have already done at the Skunk Works. The Skunk Works that would deal with a conventional jet, rocket, ramjet type classified aircraft. I want to make a distinction between the black budget and highly classified, legally overseen projects. There's a guy I'm working with now who literally oversees the black budget of the United States. And when he tried to find out, he went out to the Lockheed Skunk Works, he was shown a bunch of these conventional propulsion systems. He was not shown the ones that are the man-made UFOs, that are the electrogravitics, the things that float, boom, 100,000 miles per hour.
We gotta do a whole episode on skunk works, bro.
Yeah, let us know in the comments what subjects you guys want to see us do next.
Here we are with our latest story, this time on BlackRock. At OMG, we do not shy away from exposing powerful companies, and we're not afraid of powerful people. So we decided to take a look for ourselves at the influence BlackRock has on our politics and the influence they have on our culture. But we hope and believe by showing these tapes of this BlackRock gatekeeper speaking so plainly on so many topics that not only we wake up people, but also inspire others to come forward on institutions like BlackRock.
Who's controlling the wallet? So it's
and who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys want campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates.
How so?
All of these financial institutions, they buy politicians.
But perhaps the most remarkable and profound comment by the BlackRock recruiter is the suggestion that nobody is going to care about what he is saying here or confessing here. Because as he says, quote, normal people don't give a shit.
You're like an undercover reporter.
Really? Don't normal people worry about this stuff?
No, normal people don't give a shit. This is beyond them.
That these types of questions my reporter asked are beyond all of you. The answer is something that you, the people, consumers, the shareholders, could possibly understand.
This is nuts. How did they get undercover footage?
One of their undercover reporters was dating him, bro. That's not all he said.
How do they run the world?
You acquire stuff. You diversify, you acquire, you keep acquiring, you spend whatever you make in acquiring more. And at a certain point, your risk level is super low. Like, imagine you've invested in like 10 different industries, from food to drinks to like technology, right? One of them fails, it doesn't matter, you have 9 others to back you up. Risk management is inherently in just about everything, and in the finance space, it's all about it's all about the money you make. You don't let it sit. You keep using it over and over, and
reinvest.
Yeah, and it exponential growth.
And then once you just own a little bit of everything, is that where the control?
Yeah, you own a little bit of everything. And that little bit of everything gives you so much money on a yearly basis that you can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people.
This guy's probably just saying this shit to impress her.
Nah, bro. They're gonna barbecue him at Bohemian Grove.
I'll watch this.
They're all pushing like the same talking point. Like you generally, when you look at news, like
it's propaganda. Ukraine is good for business. You know, right? I'll give an example. Russia blows up Ukraine's grain silos. Price of wheat's gonna go mad up. Ukrainian economy is tied very largely to the wheat market, global wheat market. This is fantastic if you're trading. Volatility creates opportunity to make profit. War is real good for business. It's exciting when goes wrong, right?
It's been said that it's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled. There is no question that many Americans are still asleep, who may not want to wake up from their necessary illusions.
I don't know, mate. If this was true, more people would be talking about it.
RFK Jr. has been talking about it for a while, bro.
March of 2022, we committed $113 billion. Just to give you an example, we could have built a home for almost every homeless person in this country. We then committed another $24 billion since that 2 months ago, and now President Biden's asking for another $60 billion. But the big expenses are going to come after the war.
Ukraine is already opening up for big investment, and hand-rubbing has been happening over a potential business bonanza. Kyiv engaged BlackRock and JP Morgan in 2023 to help set up a fund to raise public capital that could attract private investment for Ukraine's reconstruction. But has the Russia-Ukraine war created a massive profit opportunity?
Number two, most important, Ukraine has to put all of its government-owned assets up for sale to multinational corporations, including all of its agricultural land, the biggest single asset in Europe, in Ukraine. There's been 1,000 years of war fought over that land. It's the richest farmland in the world. It's the breadbasket of Europe.
Don't really sound like help if they've got to give up their land.
It's a business transaction, bro.
Ted, please, don't listen to this guy.
You're a bit of a bitch, bro.
I don't want to get the bloody channel shut down because you can't stop running your mouth.
People need to know, bro.
Just play the next video.
They have some of the best resources in the world that we need. It's not like it's a place without any resources. The country ranks fourth globally in terms of total assessed value of natural resources, with roughly $15 billion in annual output of potential assessed value that could be as high as $7.5 trillion. So guess what BlackRock and Larry Fink think? Bingo, this is the type of a place for us, guys. Let's go in. So you think Larry Fink, who runs BlackRock, who's got over $10 trillion of assets under management, only 2 countries' GDP is bigger than Larry Fink's company's total money under assets under management, China and US. BlackRock is the 3rd largest country. If you were to look at what they have, assets under management, they're coming in here saying, guys, come on, guys, what are you doing? You work for us. Here's what you're going to do, Zelensky. Here's what you're going to do, Biden. Give this guy that likes drugs and women and prostitute a little bit of this to be quiet. What are we doing here? This is too much noise we're making. Guys, stop it. We got to go make a few $100 billion. You guys are playing small games here. Let's go play the bigger games.
Ted, this is making my arsehole itch. Change the fucking subject.
They're destroying the housing market too, bro.
The average home in our country 2 years ago was $215,000. Today it's $400,000. And so kids today, like your kids and my kids, are never going to buy a home. There's 3 big companies, BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. These are the biggest companies. Those 3 companies own 88% of the S&P 500. Wow. So they basically just own everything. And now what they've decided is they want to own every single family home in our country. Klaus Schwab says, famously, he says, under the Great Reset, you will own nothing, but you will be happy. They pay nothing for money. Their credit is so impeccable.
Oh, I see. They have like a 900.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they got the better than the best credit rating.
But isn't that like privatized communism or something? That's what it feels like.
Well, yeah, it's like socialism for the rich, and this barbaric, merciless, ruthless, savage capitalism for the poor.
Hey, this guy running for president?
He suspended his campaign, bro.
Why?
Probably didn't want to get smoked, bro.
Donald Trump's was seen in an ad for BlackRock. And if you didn't think this whole incident with Donald Trump was crazy enough, the fact that Trump's is seen in this video for BlackRock just adds icing to the cake. BlackRock is one of the biggest companies in the world that owns shares in just about everything. BlackRock has been widely criticized over the years for investing in companies that are involved in fossil fuels, the arms industry, the People's Liberation Army, and human rights violations in China. BlackRock has been involved in these huge rumors that they were allegedly involved in owning Fox Network and the voting systems. And what makes this whole situation even weirder is the fact that BlackRock took down this video after Trump's was seen in this ad. Like I said, some things are just too much to be a coincidence, but I don't know. You guys let me know what you guys think about Trump being seen in an ad for BlackRock in the comments.
I guess that's just a coincidence.
We probably wouldn't have voted for RFK Jr. anyway. It's not ridiculous enough.
Yeah, they're more likely to vote for the Kool-Aid man.
Oh yeah! During the pandemic, there was a lot of rent relief. What ended up happening was it ended up being, transfer of wealth. All these bailouts went to these big corporations, right? Yeah. It truly benefited not mom and pop landlords because they still were on the hook for their taxes and utilities and things like that. It really benefited corporate landlords who went in and then bought up a lot of single family homes, and then they jacked the price of real estate up by going in and just outbidding everybody, buying these homes in cash. People have been priced out of home ownership, and now they're renting the homes that are owned by BlackRock. Up until recently, they kind of got out of the real estate game because they were taking a little heat. They're like, now we're buying at the height of the market, rates suck, whatever. They backed out, but up until recently, they were, I think, the biggest corporate buyer of U.S. residential real estate. They've priced a generation of people out of owning a home. I think eventually all of these big corporations want you to rent, take Ubers and Lyfts, food delivered. They don't want you to own a business. They want you to work at a corporation that they own. It's terrifying.
How can they get away with this?
No one could stop them, bro. They want to take everything from us.
So what is BlackRock? Well, it's technically not BlackRock. It's their partner company, Blackstone. They're buying up a bunch of real estate, and they bought, I think, close to $300 billion over the last 10 years. They are the largest landowner in the United States. In fact, in some cases, they bought up 90% of single-family homes in a given zip code, and they rent them out.
Because it's affecting people too that want to get into their homes.
You can't compete. They're paying 20 to 50% over the asking price in a lot of the cases with these new builds. You can't compete with that as a family that wants to buy a house in Atlanta, Georgia, or wherever. So what should people be doing? Trying to buy while they still can. You gotta hustle.
Hustle? More like rob a bank.
I thought we couldn't say shit like that, bro.
Yeah, true. Don't rob a bank.
But if you do, buy some merch.
Good morning, good to see you. You are coming on the air right now with breaking news. A massive global technical outage tied to CrowdStrike, which is a major cybersecurity provider, has knocked critical computer infrastructure offline all across the country and, in fact, all around the world. It's an issue with a software update. It's impacting lots and lots of Microsoft computer systems worldwide, from businesses to emergency services, 911, traffic lights, transit systems, and it's having a major impact on airlines as well. American, Delta, United, they're all keeping their flights grounded. You're looking at some live scenes from the airport. It is chaos again, 6 a.m. on the East Coast, and this is the scene now. They're having difficulty even printing any kind of boarding passes. This, of course, is a developing situation, but this is something that's affecting people worldwide.
Yeah, and other newsrooms, our partners at Red Sky News, having issues as well. I mean, this is impacting all different types of businesses. When you talk about airlines, you also talk about, just 911 services, in some cases reporting outages as well. And you're even hearing of anecdotes of banks in other countries experiencing that. We don't yet have reporting of banks in the United States being impacted by this.
Jesus, the company responsible for this must be fucked.
Nah, bro. They're owned by BlackRock.
How did their stock not crash?
It did, bro. But then it went straight back up.
What if I told you that all corporations are actually just one giant mega corporation? And I'm not talking about metaphorically. And I'm not talking about BlackRock. I'm talking about what's really behind BlackRock. I was sitting in my office reading this report from an anonymous user on Reddit, and he had noticed the exact same thing that I'm talking about right now, and he wrote a program to put all that data into a visualization so we can see who owns who. And I'm about to show you what he figured out. Let's take BlackRock, for example. This is a list of the top institutional owners of BlackRock and how much of the company they own. And if you visualize it, it looks like this, where the whole square is all of BlackRock's stock, and they get a percentage of that square based on how much they own. And the important colors to note are that white symbolizes us, retail investors, and gray symbolizes insiders that work at the company. So that would be like Larry Fink's stock, among other people. And everything else is other giant corporations, investment banks, like BlackRock themselves own a little bit. State Street owns some. Capital World Management owns some. Bank of America owns some. You see how this works? But then you think about it and you're like, well, wait a minute, because all of these institutions are owned by other institutions, right? So what if we put that data in here? Well, you did. And it looks like this. And you realize that all of this that was owned by Merrill Lynch is actually owned by all of these other institutions and a little bit of us, retail, up there at the top. But here, we've only replaced Merrill Lynch's section. What about all of these guys? Well, then it looks like this. Remember, white is retail investors like you and me, and everything else is giant mega corporations. And if you go one layer deeper, filling in all those corporations with their corporations, you see how this program's working? And so then we simplify it to just black, gray, and white. And this is who owns BlackRock. White is retail investors like you and me. Gray is insiders in all of these corporations like CEOs and other executives. And black is just corporations owning each other. We'll call it Megacorp. This is the same process done for Bank of America and for State Street and for Best Buy, Amazon, Macy's, groceries, food, ingredients, building and selling homes, even less white, meaning us, retail ownership. As far as I can tell, there's only one company on the entire stock market that is not owned by Megacorp. And you guess who it is? Do you know? It's GameStop. Except that this photo's out of date because it's from a few years ago. It probably looks more like this if you believe the public info, which is a big if. But more on that another time. This is not a video about GameStop. This is about Megacorp. Because see, when all of the owners own each other, all of their interests are aligned. BlackRock wants State Street to do well because State Street wants BlackRock to do well because they both own each other. So who is the real final boss behind all the money? Well, isn't that the $1 million question?
Something tells me you know who the final boss is.
Of course I do, bro.
So I found out who actually owns BlackRock, but there's something really weird about it. Because by now we know that BlackRock is in the top 3 shareholders of basically every corporation in America and beyond. And they do this using our money in things like retirement accounts, pension funds, IRAs, exchange traded funds, mutual funds, but most people don't actually know who owns and controls BlackRock. We all know that it was founded by Larry Fink, and he's the face of the company, but he does not control it. When you try to find out who does control it, you'll usually find this list, which is the top institutional shareholders. Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street are right at the top, just like every other company. But this is not the whole story. Because if you dig deep enough, you'll find out that actually Merrill Lynch owns 45% of BlackRock. And they're considered an insider, so they don't show up on the top institutional holders list. This merger took place in 2006. So actually Merrill Lynch controls BlackRock in a big way. But who controls Merrill Lynch? Well, Merrill Lynch is actually a division of Bank of America, because Bank of America bought them out during the 2008 financial collapse. But I also dug in a little bit into where Bank of America came from and who founded them, and all modern banks are crazy histories of mergers and acquisitions and banks changing their names and merging with other banks, probably for no particular reason. But Bank of America traces its roots back in 2 different directions, one of which I'm not going to talk about, and the other one is back to this Italian dude named Amedeo Giannini, who acquired what was then called Banca di America d'Italia. Sorry for that accent. Over the years, it changed its name to Bank America, and then in the biggest merger in history, merged with Charlotte-based Nation Bank in 1998. The plot thickens. So 2 things. If you want to follow the history of Bank of America down the other trail, you might wind up in a certain family name that you aren't aware of that is really hard to find on the internet. That'll probably get videos taken down. Total conspiracy theories.
He's talking about the old family, bro. But we'll have to save that for next time.
Right, so we've got time for one more. It's got to be the Mothman special.
Make sure you watch this one till the end. I hear Mothman's still around, you know, bro.
Yeah, I'll aim fucking higher next time.
Don't spoil it, bro.
A very bright moon. And we were just riding around when I said, want to grab through TNT area? And I said, yeah, we're going to. So we're riding out through there, and I said, look at that. When we stopped,
I just couldn't imagine what I was seeing and panicked. Half man, half monster, I guess you'd call it. It was big enough that it could, I'd say it could pick me or you up, probably carry us away. That's how big it was. Never seen anything like it. I hope I never do again, you know. It's just unbelievable.
Ted, what are we doing there?
This is where they first saw the Mothman, bro.
The Loch Ness Monster, the Abominable Snowman, Bigfoot, move over. Mothman is here.
You're about to hear eyewitness accounts from the past and profound lessons for the future. This is a search for meaning, hidden on the edges of accepted reality. This is the search for the Mothman.
This sounds cheesy as fuck.
Shut up, bro.
What went on in Point Pleasant? What did they witness? Where will it go next?
What if? And if's a big question.
It's a story most of us have never heard, but this is no Hollywood fantasy. The events and the people are real.
Yeah, but the Mothman ain't.
Trust me, bro. He's real.
To me, it was the devil, Mothman, standing there, and I just sort of froze up. And I tried to talk, and I couldn't. It was this awful, horrible feeling.
Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw this creature, which was over 6 foot tall with feathers. It just looked like a giant bird, but yet a man. It was big enough that it could, I'd say it could pick me or you up, probably carry us away. That's how big it was. I've been around lots of my time, and I never ever saw a bird that big, but I didn't see it.
That's all we can tell is what we saw. We're not going to expound on it and make it bigger, trying to make something into it. Truth stands for itself, and you can tell it over and over, and it'll be the same every time you tell it. And that's what these people and myself are telling over and over and over, the same thing.
People now, with one touch of a button on a computer, can tell their story to millions of people. But back in 1966, you know, it was one thing to go to the police department and tell them that you saw a 7-foot man with wings and red eyes, you know. That was just unheard of. If it would have been just 2 or 3 people and that was it, I would be more skeptical than I have been, you know. But when I talked to those people, I thought, you know, why are they telling me this? They really have nothing to gain. They're just going to be ridiculed and made fun of, you know.
People make up all sorts of shit.
Nah, bro. Even the police have seen him.
In 1971, David Ramos, a former Chicago police officer, made a discovery on the banks of the river. To this day, he still has no explanation for it. Ramos now lives in Florida. Wayland has been in contact via phone and email.
I was hoping that you would you'd just walk me through your experience.
I was like 12 years old or so, and I went up on the bank of the river and I looked north, and about 200 feet away there was a huge figure, and I was looking, and it turned and it looked at me, Like I couldn't see a face, but I could see like, you know, two big eyes.
Right, and do you remember what color those eyes were?
They were like yellow.
Okay.
Yellowish or red.
On November 1st, 1966, the National Guardsman at the Armory near the McClintock Wildlife Management Area claimed to see a brown, half-bird, half-man figure perched in a tree. Less than 2 weeks later, the Birdman appeared again, nearly 80 miles east of Point Pleasant.
On November 11th, 1966, in Clendenin, West Virginia, which is a little bit over an hour from here in Point Pleasant, there were 4 men digging a grave. It was later in the evening, almost dusk, and they claimed to see a flying man who flew over top of where they were digging this grave. That was reported to the newspapers and the media at that time. That was one of the first Mothman sightings or big bird sightings that took place even before here in Point Pleasant.
This is the graveyard, bro. He lives around here.
He's not real, Ted.
Just be ready. They say you don't hear him coming.
I can't believe we're at a graveyard in the middle of the night and you're scared of a giant bloody moth.
Bad things happen when people see him, bro.
For over a century, Point Pleasant has been plagued with a string of unfortunate incidents that many would call bad luck. On 4 occasions between 1913 and 1937, the Ohio River overflowed its banks, proving catastrophic for the town. The flooding cost citizens thousands of dollars in damage, and worse, untold grief in the number of lives lost. During the early part of the 20th century, with frequent disasters befalling Point Pleasant, rumors about a bizarre Birdman began to circulate. The most startling fact about these Birdman stories is that they occurred over 50 years prior to the Mothman encounters of the 1960s. The sightings began around 1914, with the creature being described as a large bird with the head of a man and a wingspread of at least a dozen feet. It was said to be of monstrous size and was covered in dark, reddish feathers that glistened in the sunlight. According to Jones, sightings of the Birdman persisted well into the 1940s, where it was reported by motorists who drove along the Ohio River just outside of Point Pleasant.
Pretty sure it's just a big bird, mate.
Nah, bro, he's a demon.
I believe Mothman to be the product of negative energy. Consider for a moment the main location where Mothman was encountered. Many of the Native American tribes would avoid this area completely because they believed it to be haunted by monsters and evil spirits. And then you have the great curse of Chief Cornstalk, the Shawnee chief who, on his deathbed, cursed the area because the white men had betrayed him.
The Shawnee are defeated, and Chief Cornstalk is forced to sign a peace agreement with the Palefaces. A few years later, Cornstalk is arrested by soldiers and killed in cold blood.
No wonder he put a curse on him.
I'm telling you, bro, Mothman's real.
November 15th, 1966, when 2 young couples took a drive.
Roger and Linda Scarborough and the Mallets were driving around in the old TNT area. It was called TNT because that's where dynamite was stored during World War II.
They had been up riding around, showing off their car. That Roger had a 57 Chevy Bel Air.
Secluded and dark, TNT was also a well-known lover's lane. But instead of fun, the 4 teenagers are about to encounter a living nightmare.
We couldn't believe what we really saw. This thing was standing there, but it had a body just like a man.
Even though it's dark, you could still see the eyes. The most red, I mean, I can't explain the red. This was such a red. It's not a glow, but it's perfectly lit up that you cannot miss it. That's all you see when you look at it. We were really scared, and I was begging and crying for my brother to go ahead and let's get out here.
Sounds like she was talking about owl's eyes.
An owl can't keep up with a car, bro.
All of a sudden, it goes into the air and starts flying. They started racing back to Point Pleasant, and the creature was in back of the car. Really, they felt it almost was touching both sides of the highway.
That thing was right beside my window. It was so dark, but it was keeping up with the car. I kept hitting my brother on the leg, telling him, hurry up, go faster, go faster. He saw that he wasn't losing it by going faster, and so he saw the turn that goes up into the TNT factory building. And I guess it come in his head at split second. If he turned up in there, it would keep going straight. And we would turn up in there and lose it. But it didn't. He made that sharp turn, a left turn, and it was still right there beside my window.
They were doing 90, 95 miles an hour down the straight stretch. It never got in front of the car, but it stayed above the car. It would disappear for a few minutes and then come back. They decided to go to the sheriff's department. They were hesitant about telling anybody because they thought people would just, think they were making the story up.
There's some pretty big owls out there.
Bro, owls can't fly that fast.
People exaggerate about how fast they drive. Plus it was dark.
People have seen him in daylight too, bro.
On November 25th, a shoe salesman named Tom Urey was driving just north of the TNT area.
I noticed something out of the corner of my eye from the riverbank over here, and it came up over the trees, and when I first saw it, it looked like a helicopter coming up. And then when it came up over the trees, I could see it was a bird, a huge bird. Estimating the wingspan, I would say 10 to 12 feet, give or take on either end, up to 15. I'd never seen anything that large before in my life. I was scared, but I wasn't terrified. It was just a strange feeling. I mean, I'd never seen anything like it. I hope I never do again. It's just unbelievable.
Did everyone in this town have the same car?
It seems that way, bro.
Well, what did you see?
No, I was looking at it in the sky, and then all of a sudden it just sort of sank right into the trees, and it kind of moved around a little, and then it looked like, it's time to go away.
And I just kind of froze. It was terrifying. That's the last we've seen of him. That was enough.
There's very little humor in these stories. These are people who were genuinely terrified or genuinely puzzled.
John Keel became convinced that something very serious and very real was going on.
I went back several times, I wasn't there just once. I'd get back to New York, be exhausted, and the phone would ring, and somebody that I had met down there would be calling me and telling me about something new that had happened. Everybody thinks of hillbillies when they think of West Virginia. They were not hillbillies, and they were not the kind of people that would make these things up.
There was a certain part of the community that he visited all the time. He visited some of the Mothman witnesses and some people like that. He was in here a lot.
In Point Pleasant, West Virginia, there are 4 families living within this area. So it's very thinly populated. If Mothman wanted to live there, not very many people would bother him. And I had some more leads now, as I thought would. A pattern is building up now, and we may be able to get to the bottom of this one particular case and find out whether Mothman is mechanical or an angel or what he is.
He's a demon, bro.
Who's John Keel?
He was a reporter from New York, bro. He wrote the Mothman prophecies.
John Keel had a lot of weird things happen to him after he came to Point Pleasant to investigate the Mothman sightings. His phone calls were monitored. He always felt that somebody was following him. It could have been some of the men in black. His mail would be intercepted from time to time.
48 miles south of Point Pleasant, an appliance store owner named Tad Jones is headed to work when he sees a UFO land on Interstate 64 at around 9 a.m.
It's a long, cigar-shaped type vehicle that looked so close that you could look like you could just jump up and touch it. It had lights all on the side. It was completely silent, didn't make any noise whatsoever. We were just in awe. We just stood transfixed. We just couldn't believe that we were seeing what we were seeing.
Does Mothman fly a UFO?
Come on, bro. Loads of people saw him.
UFO reports poured in, and the local media picked up on the frenzy.
This is desolate Dry Ridge Mountain, where last night a strange and eerie thing happened. It was this big orange glowing light, you know. So we stopped the car and the thing came over top of the car. We got all kinds of static on the radio and the car quit.
Well, I discovered everything. At that time, I was a general assignment reporter. Whatever happened, whether it was in town or within our coverage area, I was Johnny on the spot, ready to go cover it. Young and ambitious. There was an outbreak of UFO sightings, and they would all start out by saying, "I know you think I'm crazy, but," and they would tell me these stories about sightings that they had on their land. Usually it involved some sort of machine like a UFO. It got so bad that we basically had a special assignment desk for when people called in to report the UFOs. They would send them over to me, and I would talk to these people about it.
So what is it, a demon or an alien?
Aliens are demons, bro.
People went to the TNT area on Friday night, and while they were there, several claimed to have seen UFOs in the sky over the TNT area. And I believe the night after the Mothman was seen, Marcella Bennett and her brother, I believe Raymond Walmsley, and his wife, I think Kathy Walmsley, those three went to the TNT area, and on the way, they saw a UFO in the sky.
Every night, there'd be flying saucers going over. I was scared to death. Because, I mean, you know, we had no idea what they were going to do or what their intentions was. We figured they were from outer space or something.
That's where I first saw it at. Seen the lights rotating. Looked like it was about 4 feet high, maybe 6 or 8 foot wide. And the lights were multicolored. They were red and white, yellow, green. And it was just circulating like it wasn't making any noise. And it disappeared as quick as it appeared in the first place.
John Keel himself witnessed these strange lights in the sky.
I began to see them myself. It was beyond imagination. They were extremely bright lights, which could hover. If you flashed a flashlight at them, they'd respond, they'd flash back. I saw a lot of these lights. In fact, I saw so many of them, I lost count.
John Keel was at a loss to explain what was happening to the town, whether it was all connected, and why it was happening here, of all places.
The men in black showed up next, bro.
Well, that I do believe.
As soon as those witnesses, started reporting their stories to the newspaper reporters, to the TV stations, then these men in black, as some called them, started showing up on people's doorsteps, places of business, asking these witnesses, why they were talking about this, that they really had no reason to be causing panic.
The majority of these men are dressed in black suits and fedora hats and are driving in black sedans. Their behavior is extremely unusual and at times described as unearthly. Mary Heyer herself receives a visit from the men in black one night in January 1967 while working at her Point Pleasant office.
She was frightened for her life. She said these men had visited her quite a bit, and she said these men in black had olive complexion, and she noted one thing that I always thought was very strange. She said they didn't blink their eyes, and they would ask her questions about the Mothman.
Well, I've been around a lot of reporters in my life, and there are some I wouldn't play cards with, let alone accept their stories. Mary was very trustworthy.
She truly felt like they were a threat to her. And she felt like maybe it was because of the reporting that she was doing. And she wasn't sure whether they intended to make her stop but she was into this now and she wasn't going to give it up.
That's pretty crazy.
They tried to pull someone out of their house, bro.
Around Point Pleasant, West Virginia, reports of creature sightings, UFOs, and strange phenomena continued for months.
I'd come home, and she was scared. She wouldn't come out of the apartment. She wouldn't even answer the door, and I'm glad I had a key, because that's the only way I got in.
Keith found Connie cowering in the bedroom, and he slowly coaxed her into talking to him.
She went down that morning to get in the car, and some guy pulled up and asked her for directions. So she goes over, and he grabs her and tries to jerk her in the car. Well, she said he was dressed in black. I said, now this is too weird, but I know what took place. Because the blouse that she had was ripped, and she would not rip her clothes herself.
Not long after, a threatening note was left on Connie's front porch.
She more or less crawled into a shell. She didn't want to be by herself. She didn't want to go anywhere by herself.
Why wouldn't someone want you to talk about the Mothman? That's a good question. I really don't know. This whole business about men in black and silencing witnesses, you have theorists who say it's the CIA.
But to this day, the government has denied any involvement in Point Pleasant.
Well, I called the Air Force in Columbus, Ohio, and he just sort of poo-pooed it, turned it off. And it's always been a puzzle.
Someone didn't want these stories to be told and threatened those who spoke. Who were these men in black? And why did they want to cover up the truth?
We only showed up because of the UFO reports, not because of Mothman.
Trust me, bro. They're connected.
In many cultures, moths symbolize death. A moth that enters a house is said to be a sign of imminent disaster. The notion that winged hybrid creatures are evil omens dates back to antiquity. One such example are the mythical harpies. Upon the gods' command, they allegedly carry the souls of the deceased into the underworld or kill sinners and blasphemers on earth.
These things have always been here. The Indians in America here called it the thunderbird, a huge bird. In the Orient, they called it the Garuda.
You can go all the way back to 1880 when a strange flying man was seen over Coney Island, New York. The Houston Batman of the 1950s. Rio Grande, 1976 is one case. Right now, you've got a wave of Thunderbird sightings in Pennsylvania.
No one expected the tragedy that followed. Almost 13 months to the day of the first sighting of the creature, disaster struck.
I was planning to go back down to West Virginia in December of that year, and I had repeated phone calls warning me, don't go to West Virginia, because they knew that I would be using the bridge, whoever they were.
The Silver Bridge between West Virginia and Ohio, starting at Point Pleasant, collapsed on December 15th, 1967. 67 people fell into the water of the Ohio River. 46 died, and 2 bodies never were even found.
There's seemingly no apparent reason for this horrific tragedy. Then comes a terrifying report. The night before the disaster, the Mothman was seen hanging from the Silver Bridge.
And people were scared. They were so scared they didn't want to talk about the bridge. They didn't want to talk about Mothman. They didn't want to talk about anything. This town became quiet.
Damn, that's terrible.
Yeah, bro. It's a bad omen.
Rumors quickly began to spread that the collapse was connected to all the strange sightings.
You look at the Silver Bridge crashing, and people talk about the Mothman as being this banshee before the bridge collapses, telling people that they should be aware something's going to happen. Mothman, 13 months, from the 15th to the 15th, over those 13 months. And as we know from the analysis of the bridge collapsing, it was pin number 13 that collapsed the bridge.
I threw my car into reverse, and as I threw it on reverse, the bridge incline came up this way, and as I backed off, when my car stopped on me, my tires was right on the ledge where it broke off. And as I got down, I could see the bridge was falling. People were screaming. You could hear them hollering for help.
Since then, people all over the world have spoken out, also claiming to have seen a winged creature shortly before catastrophic events.
Mexico City, 1985. Reports of huge, strange birds appear in the weeks before a destructive earthquake rocks the city. Chernobyl, 1986. Locals describe frightening encounters with a bird-like man over the course of several months. Encounters that end with a devastating accident at the nuclear power plant.
It was going on all over the world. It still is. And I've gotten tons and tons of mail from it, from people claiming similar experiences or thanking me because suddenly they realized what they had really experienced, what they'd really gone through. A lot of people all over the world have seen these things and been bewildered by them.
Some people think the government made them in a lab, bro.
Of course they do.
There's a secret military base here, bro.
As early as the 1960s, there were stories about the TNT area near Point Pleasant. Allegedly, the facility served to conduct experiments and weapon tests. Some even believe it was a secret military base. Fact is, in World War II, an ammunition factory was built along the eastern shores of the Ohio River, producing hundreds of tons of TNT explosives a day. The factory area was kept top secret.
This was a city within itself, okay? The people that worked there during wartime, it was very high security. You couldn't just drive up there and look around, you know. They would take people to work on buses that had the windows blackened.
It was also later revealed that the TNT area, where many of the sightings took place, had been horribly polluted. Many of the ingredients that had gone into making the munitions had been dumped and left to seep into the local ponds. In the 1970s, scientists declared the area an environmental disaster. It is still one of the top EPA Superfund cleanup sites.
I think it's nested out here. I really do believe it did. So anything could have made its nest up here and had a very good time of it because of all the trees, the brush, and then these bunkers. And being that it was in a man-type or human-type form, rather than roost in a tree or some kind of nest would make, what better place to hide out than those bunkers? So this was like whole heaven to it, in my opinion, and I think that's why it stayed in this area.
There you go. It's probably just a mutated bird.
Nah, bro. They were trying to make a super soldier.
It's not just a wild area. It's also a contaminated area and a government-controlled area. At one point, it was a secret base. And later on, when it was discovered it was polluted, that just added to the story, right? Because the question is it mutants? Is this some sort of unknown, top-secret, evil monster that came out of it? And it's that whole sort of Frankenstein's monster theory, right?
It remains unclear whether other secret military projects were taking place on site. The documents are still classified. Today, the forest surrounding the former ammunition factory seems deserted. Old bunkers where the explosives were stored remain to this day.
Anytime you have something that's hidden or kept secret, like this, it's going to generate stories. It's going to generate mystery because people want to know what's in there, what's going on there. Why is this still closed? So there are hundreds of bunkers around here, and this is one of them. This one's still closed off. In fact, it says high explosives on it. So I don't know what's in there, but probably dangerous.
Probably explosives. Says on the fucking door.
That's what they want you to think, bro.
A local ornithologist claimed that it had really been just a big bird all along, a sandhill crane. This species superficially matches descriptions of the creature.
Sandhill cranes have an average wingspan of around 6.5 feet and are about 3 to 4 feet tall. They also happen to have red patches around their eyes. Do sandhill cranes ever make it to West Virginia? The answer is yes. Because I am a crazy bird person and this Mothman thing was driving me insane, I contacted the Cornell Lab of Ornithology for sandhill crane data from the 1960s. While they couldn't give me anything from that time period, I did find that sightings of sandhill cranes happen today. The mutation theory might have a little more validity to it than some of the other explanations.
But eyewitnesses disagree.
Wrong color, too skinny. I've seen pictures of sandhill cranes on TV, and no. In my opinion, Professor Smith from West Virginia University was 100% wrong.
Various college professors tried to say that it was a stork or something dumb like that. And some people said it was a giant owl. Well, I've seen large owls, but I've never seen an owl that as big as a man.
So when you look at the wingspan of these owls, they're between about 3 and 5 feet wide. Well, the Mothman is supposed to be far bigger than this. The wingspan would have to be 3 or 4 times its width. And it just doesn't make sense biologically. It can't be a real animal.
Told you, bro. It's not a bird.
But you can't just trust someone because they wear an Indiana Jones hat.
You just might think that there's not much that can take me by surprise. You'd be wrong.
Why is he on a Segway?
Here we have an entire town in fear of their lives from something that can't explain, a creature 7 feet tall that can fly 100 miles an hour and maybe even bring down a bridge, and they blame it on this guy? Don't get me wrong, he's scary. If you're a field mouse, perhaps the real question here is, why did so many people think they saw a monster? And even blame it for the death of 46 people? Weird or what? But if I were a monster hunter, indeed, if I were hunting the Mothman, I think I'd be taking something a little more substantial than this. I mean, at least I think you take something like this.
Yeah, boy.
When you... But we have to ask the question, if monsters really exist, why is no one, a monster hunter or not, been able to catch one? Then again, if monsters were just ordinary critters, they wouldn't really be monsters, would they?
Do people actually hunt this thing?
Nah, bro. People love him. There's a Mothman festival.
Point Pleasant itself has embraced the mysterious creature as its own. In 2002, local residents Jeff Walmsley and Carolyn Harris created the first ever Mothman Festival, celebrating this particular chapter in the Mountain State's history. In 2005, Walmsley opened the world's only Mothman Museum. The town is now more associated with the creature than any other piece of its long and storied history. Many of the original witnesses have passed away, and in recent years, other key players in the Mothman story, such as Carolyn Harris, have passed on as well.
The town hasn't changed that much, quite frankly. It doesn't take much to turn Point Pleasant back to 1966. Take off the new cars, bring in the old cars. It's virtually the same.
For several years, they talked about the Mothman nonstop, and it didn't die out because magazine writers and people like that came to town, and they kept it pretty well stirred up.
In recent years, the Mothman Festival has become the largest annual event in the state of West Virginia, with an annual attendance of more than 12,000 people. The Mothman, it seems, is truly immortal.
Told you, bro. People love him. I saw something, bro.
There's nothing out there, mate. Come on, let's go home. Wait, what the fuck is that? Not cool, bro.
Die! What the fuck, bro? You killed Mothman. Can't believe he's real.
Was real?
We gotta get out of here, bro. Why the fuck did you bring a gun?
You had a shot, I said.
Fuck Shatner, bro. People are gonna be pissed.
Fuck it, it's done now. Let's bury him.
for watching, guys. We don't do video sponsors in our show, and that's thanks to our members and everyone buying the merch. Our channel members get an extra episode every week and some behind the scenes on how we make the show.
We got some new Mothman merch, bro. It's got a hole in it. Go get some.
And as always, thanks for watching. Remember to like, comment and subscribe. And we'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching, guys, and Happy New Year. We're so proud of this community we've built. Thank you so much for being a part of it.
Yeah, Terror Ted's Tales forever, bitch.